Hello and welcome to my coding course to build an e-commerce website like Amazon by Next.js. In this course, you will learn the essential tools and skills to design, develop, and deploy a fully functional e-commerce website like Amazon using Next.js, Tailwind, MongoDB, and PayPal. My name is Basir and I'll be your instructor in this course. I have 17 years of coding experience in international companies like ROI Vision in Montreal, and now I'm a coding instructor with more than 50,000 students around the world. I designed this course for anyone seeking to develop a fully functional e-commerce website like Amazon. By the end of this course, you'll be able to design a responsive web template, implement a user-friendly front-end, and build a scalable back-end. Also, you can deploy your website on cloud servers and connect it to payment gateways for online payment. You need to open the code editor along with me and start coding throughout this course. I teach you Next.js basics like setting up project, navigation between pages, and data fetching. Next, advanced topics like dynamic routing and server-side rendering. Tailwind CSS framework to build responsive website using custom theme. React advanced topic like decomposing components using context API and React hook form. Next, auth package to authenticate customers and admin users. MongoDB and Mongoose to save and retrieve products, orders, and users in the database. And at the end, creating admin dashboard to show sales charts, manage products, and handle orders. Also, you will learn how to use online cloud services to upload product images on Cloudinary, email order receipts to customers by Mailgun, pay orders using PayPal and Stripe, choose shipping address on Google Map, and deploy your website on Vercel and MongoDB Atlas. I designed this course for web developers and entrepreneurs. If you are or want to be a web developer, take this course to become a professional web developer, have a great project in your portfolio, and get a job in more than 22 million job opportunities around the world. If you are an entrepreneur, take this course to launch your startup and sell your products and services using this fully functional e-commerce website and earn money from your idea. The only requirement for this course is having basic knowledge of JavaScript and React. Feel free to take a look at the course preview and enroll if it's along with your ambitions. Here I'm going to have an introduction to this e-commerce website that we are going to build together. Here is the final version of the website. We have header, carousel in the homepage, and feature product. Also, we have a sidebar here. It shows the categories of the products, and when you select a category, you will be redirected to the search page. In the search page, you can filter products based on category, brand, price, range, and rating. And you can sort products based on price, customer review, and the newest arrival. Also, we implemented the pagination inside the product search page, so you can go next pages in your search results. The next feature of this website is the theme. Here you can change the theme from light to dark or dark to light. When you click on a product, you will be redirected to the product details page. Inside this page, you have the large image of product, product information, and the action part to add the product to the cart. At the end, you can put reviews for the product and check the list of reviews by users. When you click on Add to Cart, we implemented a shopping cart like this, and you can see the products in the shopping cart. You can change the quantity of products like this, and automatically subtotal will be updated. Then inside the shopping cart page, you can click on checkout and it checks the authentication. If you are not logged in, you will be redirected to the login page. If you don't have an account, you can click on register, and by entering your information like this and click on register, you will be redirected to the shipping screen to enter your address. After entering your address, you can choose your location on the Google map. It's optional, and then click on next. In the next button, we have payment method, and user can select the payment method. In this course, we implemented the PayPal, and click on next. Here in the last step of the checkout wizard, we have the preview of the order. It shows the shipping address, payment method, and order items. You can click on edit to edit each item in this page. In the left side, we have order summary, and it shows the prices for items, tax, shipping, and total. And by clicking on place order, the order will be created and you will be redirected to the order page. Inside the order page, you have the status of the order in terms of delivery, payment, and order items. And you can click on PayPal button to make the payment. By clicking on this button, you will be redirected to the PayPal website. And after clicking on Pay Now, the payment is done. And then you will be redirected to the e-commerce website. You get this message, order is paid successfully, and the status in the payment section changed to paid at the state. You as a customer can click on your name. We show a menu for the customer. The first menu is profile. You can change your name, email, and password in this page. The second menu is order history. It shows the orders placed by you. This is the order that we just created right now, and you can click on details and make the payment or follow the order. Also, you can log out. Let's click on log out and log in as admin user. After logging as admin user, you can click on your name and select admin dashboard. In this page, we show the report of the e-commerce website, including total sale, total orders, total products, and users. And we show a chart of the sales report like this. Also, we can handle the orders like the last one created by this user and click on details and click on deliver order. By clicking on deliver order, the status of the order in the shipping section will be changed to delivered, and the customer will see it as delivered. The next section in the admin dashboard is products. Here, admin can edit, create, or delete products. In the edit section, you can change the product name, slug, price, image, or upload new images for the product and change the category, brand, content, stock, and description. In the users section, admin can have the list of all users, including admins and regular customers. Also, admin can edit a user and change the permission of the user to admin. Here is the features that we are going to implement in this e-commerce website. Let's review the tools and technologies that we are going to use in this project. We use Next.js. It's a React framework for production, and it gives a lot of features like server-side rendering, smart bundling, prefetching, and authentication for us. For deployment, we use Vercel cloud server to deploy the website on the internet. UI framework in this course is Tailwind. It's a tool to create modern website. It's a utility-first CSS framework that can be composed to build any design directly in the HTML. Google Map is the tools to display the user location on the map. PayPal is the preferred payment gateway in this course, and I teach you how to integrate it with this Next.js application. To upload product images, we use Cloudinary Cloud Server. MongoDB is the database for this course. I teach you Atlas MongoDB for Cloud Server, and local MongoDB on your computer. Authentication is handled by Next.js package. It's authentication package for Next.js. To display charts, we use React Chart.js. It's a wrapper for the Chart.js package. React Hook Form is a package to handle input validation in this course. And to display drop-down menu in the header, headless UI will be used. As well as these packages, we use Axios, Bcrypt, and hero icons throughout this course. If you are ready, let's create Next app in the next lesson. Until that lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we're gonna install development tools for creating our e-commerce website. Let us start by installing Google Chrome. Open your default browser. I'm using Microsoft Edge on Windows, and type Chrome download on the address bar. Then select this address, google.com/Chrome, and then click on download Chrome. After downloading Chrome, click on Chrome setup.exe, confirm, press yes, and then it starts downloading Chrome on your computer. After that, it installs Google Chrome. There we are. There is no need to Microsoft Edge. Close it and maximize Google Chrome. Chrome is the default browser for the web development in this course, and it's time to install Code Editor. In the address bar, type VS Code and press enter. You are going to install Visual Studio Code on this computer. Awesome. Download for Windows. If you are using another operating system, you can download them here. Use the stable one. Download for Windows. You will be redirected to this page, and it starts downloading VS Code in your downloads folder. After downloading, click on it, click on Run, and accept. Select the default options, and click on Install button. Click on Finish, and there we are. We have Visual Studio Code opened in our computer. Make it maximize and go back to Google Chrome and install Node.js. Type Node.js and press enter. Here, click on Node.js. You will be redirected to nodejs.com/en, and then click on this version, the LTS version of Node. I'm using version 16, and let's download it. After download, click on it. Open the installer of Node.js. Click Next, and Next again. Select default options and install Node.js on your computer. And the last thing that we're gonna install here is Git. Type Git and press enter and select this one, git-scm.com. Click on it. Select download, and based on your operating system, select the right one. I'm using Windows. Click here to download the latest version. And then click on installer file. Click yes, and there we are. Click on next here. We are going to install Git Bash and Git UI. Select default options, next, next. Select default one, click on next, next again, default options, default one, next, next, click on install. So what I did is to accept default options to install Git on Windows. Awesome. It says completing installation of Git, and click on finish. Press escape, and let's go to VS Code, and from terminal menu, select new terminal, and instead of default shell, which is PowerShell, I'm going to use Git Bash, but I'm going to make it as a default profile. So click on select default profile, and by installing Git Bash, we have this option here. Select Git Bash, then click on plus, and this time we have Git Bash in Windows. So we can run Linux-like commands in Windows And throughout this lesson, we use this command style in the terminal. Let's test the version of git --version. So we are using version 2.34.1. So your versions may be higher, that's okay. Let's check the node version, node --version. Awesome, we are using version 16.13.1. Check npm version. We need all of them for this course. And we are using version 8.1.2. That's it about installing Google Chrome, Visual Studio Code, Node.js, and Git on Windows operating system. In the next lesson, we configure Visual Studio Code to code simpler, smarter, and better throughout this course. In this lesson, we are going to install development tools for Mac. The first tool is Code Editor. We are going to use Visual Studio Code in this course. Go to code.visualstudio.com and click on the download button here. Based on your operating system, you can select the right one. For my case, I click on Download Mac. You will be redirected to a new page, and after a few seconds, the file will be downloaded here. After download, you will have that file in your downloads folder, and by double click on it, it extracts as a Visual Studio Code.app. Then open a new instance of Finder, right click, new Finder window, click on Applications, and drag Visual Studio Code app there. That's it. You will have Visual Studio Code in your Applications folder. Then double click on Visual Studio Code, or you can press Command Space and type code to find Visual Studio Code in Spotlight. Click on it, and there we are. Maximize VS Code. Let's go for next tools. It's the browser. We are going to use Google Chrome in this course. So you need to go to google.com/Chrome and click on Download Chrome. Then just run the application to have Google Chrome instead of default browser in your Mac operating system. The next tools is Node.js. Go to this address, nodejs.org/en, and download the LTS version of it. It's version 16. Click on it. It takes a while to download latest version of Node on your computer. Double click on the downloaded file to open the wizard of installation of Node. Click on continue, continue, agree, continue, install. Enter your password, your Mac password, and there we are. It's installing Node.js on the Mac. Click on close and click on move to trash the installer file. Nice. Let's go for the last one. We use Git in this course, so we need to install it. Go to git.scm.com and then click here, download for Mac. You will be redirected to this page and you need to follow the instruction here. The simplest way is doing this, using brew install git. Press Command Space and type terminal, select terminal and run brew install git. It updates brew and then the git. That's it about installing Git. If you already have Xcode on your Mac, Git is already installed. Let's check the versions of Git and Node in VS Code. In the VS Code, we have integrated terminal. From terminal menu, click new terminal, and there we are. You don't need to use the external and standalone terminal in Mac. Instead of it, we use integrated terminal inside VS Code. Let us start by checking the version of Git, git-version. We are using version 2.34.1. Check the Node version. You can use -v here. We are using version 16. And check npm. It's version 8. So throughout this course, we use Git, Node, and npm regularly. That's it about this lesson. In the next lesson, we configure VS Code to code faster, better, and smarter. Until that lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to install extensions for VS Code to format the code and find the issues and errors in the code using ESLint. Let's start by installing a code formatter. We're gonna use Prettier for this purpose. Let's go to VS Code and install Prettier extension. Click on Extensions icon and type Prettier in the search bar. Prettier. The first option, click on Install and wait a moment to install Prettier on VS Code. Okay, it's time to test Prettier. What I'm gonna do is to create a JS file and enter some lines of code to make sure that Prettier format the code correctly. From File menu, select New and save the file in the desktop. Save it. Select your desktop and set the name to test.js. Then just write this code. Import React from React function app. Return dev class name test hello world. Export default app. This code is not formatted because here we have two spaces. It should be single quote, not double quote. It should have semicolon. So I'm going to enable Prettier to format the code. Let's go for it. Click on Manage icon, select Setting, and here type Default Formatter. Default Formatter. Here we have Default Formatter option. Select Prettier. The next step is gonna be setting format on save. In the search box, type format on save and enable format a file on save option. Let's go to the test and press Ctrl S, or you can select save from file menu. Awesome. As you see, extra space removed here. We have semicolon and the code is formatted. What I'm gonna do is to use single quote instead of double quote in the JavaScript. Go to the setting and type single quote. Select Prettier single quote. Just select this one. We're not gonna have single quote in JSX. Select this and go to test.js and press Ctrl S to save again the file. As you see, in the JavaScript, we have single quote, and in the JSX, we have double quote. That's the standard throughout this course. The last setting is about bracket pair colorizer. Press Ctrl-Shift-P to open this box and type JSON here and select Preferences Open Setting JSON. As you see, we have all three settings here. I'm going to add a new setting for bracket pair colorizing. It's this. Put a comma here and inside double quote type editor.bracketPairColorization.enable to true and enter this setting. Editor.bracketPairColorization.enable to true. Save the file and go back to test.js. Awesome. Here the bracket is in yellow color and it makes reading code easier and faster. That's it about Prettier. Let's go for the next extension. We are going to use ESLint as a linter for this project. It uses the ESLint package that we will install later on Create React App and show all errors in your code and help you to code in the standard way. Click on Install button and that's it. It just installed. We're not gonna test it in this lesson. We will test the ESLint in next lessons. I'm going to install 2 extra optional extensions to code faster, and they are just code snippet. Let us start by JavaScript, ES6 code snippet, install it. And the next is ES7 React Redux GraphQL React Native snippet. To make sure that the snippets works, you can go to the test.js and type emp and press tab to see the code snippet from JavaScript. And to test ES7 React, type RFC, stand for React Functional Component, and press tab to have a sample functional component in your code. Great, we successfully installed the extensions that we need in this course. They are ESLint, Prettier, JavaScript, and React code snippet. Also, in the VS Code setting, we set the default formatter to Prettier, format unsafe to true, and Prettier single quote to true. And at the end, we set bracket pair colorizing to use colored curly bracket and parentheses in the code. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create Next app and install Tailwind on this app. At the end of this lesson, you will have your app running at localhost colon 3000 and the CSS from Tailwind works here. To get the source code of this lesson, go to the project repository at this address, github.com/basir/next-tailwind-amazona, and find the code here. You can download it or you can clone it. Also, you can go to the commit section, and for this lesson, video 3, you can find all changes that we have made in this lesson and compare it with your code. If you are ready, let's create Next application. Let us start by opening VS Code. Then from terminal menu, click on New Terminal and go to your favorite folder to put the project files there. I'm going to go to the desktop, and here we are going to create a folder for our e-commerce website. In this step, we need to create Next app. Based on the documentation on Next.js website, we need to run npx create Next app and then enter the app name. Let's do that. npx create Next app and enter the app name. I'm gonna set it to next-tailwind-amazona and press enter. It uses npm to install React, React DOM, and Next packages from npm. Then it installs ESLint and ESLint config next as development dependencies for your project. Awesome. Based on the suggestion here, it creates the project for us, and it's time to open the project folder in VS Code. From File menu, click Open Folder, go to your desktop and select Next Tailwind Amazona and click Open. As you see, we have the Next project here and we are ready to run the project. From terminal menu, click on New Terminal and run npm run dev. Press enter. The project is serving at this address. Keep control and click on this link. And there we are. We successfully launched our Next application here. Let's go for the second phase in this lesson, and it's adding Tailwind to the Next.js project. Based on the documentation in tailwindcss.com, we need to follow the instruction here to add Tailwind. The first step is done. Let's go for the second step, and it's installing Tailwind CSS, Post CSS, and Auto Prefixer using this command. I just copy this, then go to the VS Code and click on plus to add a new terminal, then paste the command here. -d means that all packages will be installed as development dependencies and they are not gonna delivered in the production. Awesome. The first step is done. Let's go for the second one. We need to initialize the Tailwind CSS using npx tailwind init -p. npx tailwind CSS init-p and press enter. It created two files for us, tailwind config.css and postcss.config. The next step is configuring template path. Inside the tailwind.config.css, we need to add two paths to the content. The first one is pages and second one is components, and it selects all JS, TS, JSX, and TSX files inside these folders. Copy, and there we are. Save the code, and let's go for the next step. Inside global.css, inside styles folder, find global.css, and before HTML, we need to add three directives. The first one is @tailwind base, second one is components, and the third one is utilities. By having these directives, we can have access to the CSS inside Tailwind's packages. Save the file and go to the pages index.js, and let's test the result. Get rid of home.module.css. Inside styles folder, we're not gonna use it anymore. Delete it. Then go to index.js and get rid of this CSS file. Then get rid of the main section completely and footer, and also get rid of classes name styles.container and get rid of image. What I'm gonna do is to add heading 1 and set it to Next Tailwind Amazona. To test the Tailwind, set class name to Tailwind classes. I'm going to set the font size. I'm going to make the font size big using text dash, press Ctrl space to get the recommendation, and type 3XL. It's the biggest text size, and make it bold using font dash bold. These are classes from Tailwind. Save the code and go to the localhost colon 3000 to check the result. Awesome. We are getting the Next Tailwind Amazona in bold font and the large text. Great, we successfully created Next app and installed Tailwind on this app. Let's see what we did in this lesson. We created Next Tailwind Amazona project, and we installed development dependencies from Tailwind to apply Tailwind classes to the Next project. And in the index.js, we tested the Tailwind using two classes from Tailwind. Also in the global.js, we added directives from Tailwind to use Tailwind classes in our Next app. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to publish our changes to GitHub. To do that, in the VS Code, click on source control icon, and here is the changes that we have made in the previous lesson. What I'm gonna do is to publish this code on GitHub. First of all, put a message here. In this lesson is about video number 4, and it's published on GitHub. So this is the message of commit, and commit the changes. After commit, we will have this button. It's publish branch. Click here to publish this code on GitHub. When you click here, it says the extension GitHub wants to sign in using GitHub. Click on allow, and you will be redirected to github.com. At this point, you need to already have a GitHub account and logged in. If you don't have a GitHub account, go to github.com and here enter your email address and sign up. You need to confirm your email, and after activating your account, you can go to this page to continue authorizing Visual Studio Code to GitHub. Click on continue. Here you will see success message, and then you can click open Visual Studio Code. After opening, another box pop up, and here we need to click open. And here is the suggestion for the name. Select Publish to GitHub public repository and press Enter on it. After clicking on Publish to GitHub, it starts publishing to GitHub, uploading your files, and after finishing this progress, you will have this message. Click on Open on GitHub, and there we are. We have our next Tailwind Amazon project on the GitHub. Let's make a new change and try pushing changes. Go to the VS Code, open README file, and remove the content of README file. Then add this content. It's the Next.js Tailwind e-commerce website like Amazon. And here is the lessons that we watched so far, and save the code. You will have one pending changes in the source control. Click on it and enter a message like update README file. Click on commit and click on sync button here. As you see, you can simply edit your code and files in VS Code and sync them with GitHub with this workflow. Let's go to the repository on GitHub and refresh the page. Here, you will see the new change. It's the message that you entered in the commit message, update README file. If you click on it, you can see the changes that you have made in this commit. Great. We successfully created GitHub account and we published our code from VS Code in our local computer to GitHub website. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create layout component and make the homepage like this. What we're gonna do is to add a header, including the brand name and header links, and create a shadow. Then create a container for the main content by adding padding and margin. And at the end, we're gonna add a footer to show the copyright. To get the source code of this lesson, go to the repository at this link, and inside the commit section, find video 5, create website layout. You can compare your code with mine in this page. If you are ready, let's get to code. Here is the plan to create website layout. Go to the Explorer and right-click in the empty space, select new folder, set the folder name to components, and inside that, right-click new file and create layout.js. It's a component that is a wrapper for all pages. What we're gonna do here is to create a website layout including header, main, and footer section. Type RFC and press tab to create React functional component. Create an empty container. Inside that, create a div for the parent of all components. Inside that, create header element from HTML. It's not a React component, it's HTML element. After that, create main element, and right after that, create footer element. So here we have header, main, and footer. Inside the main section, we are going to render the page component. So instead of main, type children, and children is coming from the layout function parameter. Type children inside curly bracket. So we deconstruct the children from the parent component of layout and render it here. Save the code and let's use it inside the index.js in pages folder. What I'm gonna do here is to move the head from index.js to layout.js and control space on head to import it from next/head. Save the code here, go to index.js and get rid of the content from here and use the layout component. Press tab to import it from components/layout. Then close the layout and inside that type home page. Here is the home page. Get rid of extra import, save the code, And let's check the results. As you see, we have header, footer, and the content in between is homepage. It's coming from here. So whatever we put here will be rendered inside the main section. Let's make the title parametric. What I'm gonna do is to get rid of this static content and use curly bracket to check the title. If it does exist, use it. Otherwise, render Amazona or whatever your website is. Also put plus dash Amazona to show the title next to the brand of your website. Save the code, and for the description, make it e-commerce website. As you see, the title is not defined here, but it's not highlighted as an error. Let's fix it in the ESLint configuration inside .eslint.rc.json and add ESLint colon recommended inside the extend section. So change the string to an array and add ESLint colon recommended and save the code. If we go back to the layout.js, this time we have error highlight here and it says title is not defined. Let's define it inside the layout function parameter like this. Save it and check the result. The title is Amazona. So if I go to index.js and for the layout, set the prop to, let's say, homepage, what do I get here? It's homepage dash Amazona. So we update the page title based on the page that we are. Great, let's go for the next step, adding style to header, homepage, and footer. What we're gonna do is to move the footer to the bottom and create a space for header and also create a space for homepage. Go to layout.js and for the main container, this div, set the class name to flex. So flex is coming from Tailwind. You can press Ctrl space to get the recommendation. If you move the mouse over it, you can see the CSS style behind flex class from Tailwind. The next class is mean edge screen to make the page full height. Set the flex to flex column. So the direction is gonna be vertically, and use justify between to create space between header, main, and footer. Save the code. And here is the result. We have maximum space between header, main section, and footer. Let's go for the header div. What I'm gonna do here is to create a navigation in the header. Inside that, create navigation. And inside that, create a link from next link and set the href to the home page. Inside that, create an anchor. Set the class name to a large text using text-lg. It's a class from Tailwind to send the font size to 1.1 rem. And the caption of this link is Amazona. Also set the font to bold using font-bold from Tailwind. After the link, create a div to put the header links. The first link is for cart and the title is cart. Duplicate it for login and the title is login. It's small l. So we have two elements inside div. Set the class name to flex. Set the height to 12 to create 3 rem space 48 pixel and set justify between to put Amazona in left side and cart and login in the right side. Save the code. Here Amazona is bold and cart and login is in the right side. For the nav, create a shadow using shadow md. Much better. And use item center, this one, to put stuff like this in the center vertically. Also set the horizontal padding px to 4. Much better. For the links in the header, we are going to add CSS classes, but it's not possible to add CSS for a link from next/link. So inside the link, create anchor and set the class name to padding 2. Do the same for login like this. Much better. We have a space between cart and login. Good, the header is done. Let's go for the main section. For the main section, set the class name to container. It's a class from Tailwind to set the maximum width in different screen responsive. Set M auto by setting margin auto. The margin is gonna be auto. Margin top to 4 rem and padding horizontally to 4 rem too. And here is the result. The home page has padding from bottom and left. The last part is about the footer. Set the class name for footer to flex. So I'm using justify center and items center to put the footer in center horizontally and vertically. Also set the height to 10 rem, 48 pixel, and create a shadow inner like this to create shadow. Here is the result. We have a shadow above the footer and we successfully formed our homepage by adding a header, main section, and footer section. For the footer, change the content to this paragraph, copyright @2022, and your brand name. Much better. Good. That's it about this lesson. Let's review what we did. We added a new component named layout. It's a wrapper for all pages like the home page. And instead of styling the layout in each page, we use the layout component. Also, we use the ESLint recommended checking for checking the code and finding issues in our code. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to list products. By the end of this lesson, you will learn how to make list of products like this and show product thumbnail, product name, brand, price, and add to cart button. Also, you will make them responsive and based on mobile, tablet, and desktop screen, you can show different products in a row. To get the source code of this lesson, go to the repository and in the comment section, find the code that we have used in this lesson. If you are ready, let's get to code. Here is the plan to list products. Let's start by adding data.js and creating an array of sample products. In the Explorer, in the empty space, create new folder named utils. Inside that, create a new file named data.js. What we're gonna do here is to create data object using const data equal to empty object, and inside that create product array using product colon square brackets, and define the first object. The first product is an object for the name of product. Set it to whatever you want. I set it to free shirt. Set the slug for product, URL friendly name, category to shirts, and set the image to this address /images/shirt1.jpg. We need to create this image later and add other info including price, brand, rating, number views, content stock, and description. Save the code to format it. And here is the first product that we added to the data object. Do the same for second product. This one is fit shirt, and the address is shirt2.jpg. Go for the third one. This one is a slim shirt, brand Raymond, and shirt3.jpg. You can add as many as you want. I'm going to add the fourth product. This one is pants, and I'm going to add 2 other pants. This is the next one and the last pants. That's it. Save the code, and here is the result. We have 6 products inside the products array in data object. At the end, export default data. Scroll down at the very end, export default data. So we can use the data in other files. Good. Let's go for adding images. Go to public folder, right click, new folder, images. Then find the images from the repository link. The link is in the description. And go to the images folder in the repository, copy them, and paste them right here inside the images folder. Great. Let's go for rendering products. Then go to index.js, type Ctrl or Command P, and go to index.js. Here we are going to render products. To render product, I'm going to define a component named product item. So go to the components folder, right click, new file, and set file name to product item.js. Type RFC and press tab to create a React functional component. And as a parameter to product item, pass product object. Then create a div and set the class name of the div to cart. We implement cart class using Tailwind later. Then create a link inside the cart using this code. Link is a component from next link, and set the href to /product/ slug of product. I'm using template literal to make the code more readable. Then inside that, create an anchor like this, and inside the anchor create image element. For the image, set src to product.image and alternative text to the product.name. Set class name to rounded. It's a class from Tailwind and is set border radius to 0.25 rem, and use the shadow to add a shadow for the image. Save the code, click on the lamp and select disable next no image element for entire line. Because we are going to make the image responsive, we use the img tag instead of image component from next. After that, create a div and set the class name of the div to flex column, item center, and justify center. So what we did is to create a center aligned div vertically and horizontally. Also create a padding 5 using p-5, and inside the div create heading 2. For the heading 2, set the class name to text large to create a large text using font size 1.1 rem, and inside that show the product name and save the code to format it. We are going to make this linkable, so create a link like what we did for the image and move the heading 2 inside it like this. Also put empty anchor, so wrap the heading 2 inside the anchor to apply the link. The next step is adding a paragraph for the brand name. So add a paragraph, set class name to margin button 2, and show the product.brand inside this paragraph. The next paragraph is for price of the product, put $sign before it, and render product.price. At the end, we are going to render a button to show add to cart using this button. Create a button, set class name to primary button. We create this class using Tailwind later, and set the type of button to button, and the caption is add to cart. Save the code, and here is the component product item. What we do in this component is to render a product thumbnail. Save the code, go to index.js and use the product item inside the index.js. Get rid of homepage, and inside that create a div, set class name to grid. So we are going to render product thumbnail next to each other, so we need to set the display to grid. The grid is a class from Tailwind. Set the grid calls to 1, so we have one column, but if we are in middle size screen and bigger, set the grid columns to 3. So for mobile, it shows 1 item in a row, and for tablet and desktop, it shows 3 items in a row. But for large screens, it shows 4 items in a row. Create a gap between the items, and inside the div, it's time to render data. Select this one to auto import it from utils folder. It's imported, and type products and use map function to render an array in React. The parameter is product, and what we do here is to use product item. Inside parentheses, use product item, press tab to import it from components folder, and pass product to this component and close it. Don't forget to set the key, and the key is product.slack because it's unique. Save the code and let's check the result. Here we have list of products. We have image, product name, brand, price, and add to cart button. What I'm gonna do here is to apply the styles that I have used in the product item. They are cart and primary button. To do that, go to globals.css, and what we're gonna do here is to use the apply modifier from Tailwind. At the very end of globals.css, create cart class and use apply, and put the classes that you are going to use. First of all, I'm going to create margin button 5, set the display to block, create a round shape, use border, and set the border to gray 200, create a shadow, middle shadow, and that's it. By using apply, I can use the cart instead of writing a long CSS list like this. Inside the product item, automatically the cart will be replaced with this code. Let's do the same for primary button. Primary button for this class, use apply, make it rounded, set background color to amber 300, padding vertically from top and bottom, padding horizontally from left and right, create a shadow, set outline to none, and for hover, make the color darker, and for active, more darker. So here is the class for primary button. Save the code and check the results. Great. So as you see, when I move mouse over add to cart and click, the color has been changed. We successfully implemented listing products in the homepage using Next.js, React, and Tailwind classes. If you make the screen smaller, let's say I'm trying to make it smaller. As you see, for medium screen, it shows 3 items, and for larger screen, it shows 4 items in a row, and for smaller screen, like mobile, it shows 1 item in a row. They are coming from this line of code. Great, let's see what we did in this lesson. We created component named product item to render product thumbnail in the screen. In index.js, we used that, and to list products, we added images, And also we added 2 classes using apply from Tailwind. And also we added data.js to have sample products. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement product details page. When we are in the home screen and select a product, we are going to create another page to show the details of product. It includes the product image, product information, and add to cart action. To get the source code of this lesson, go to the repository, and in the comment section, you can find the code that we have implemented in video 7 right here. If you are ready, let's get to code. Here is the plan to create product details page. Let us start by creating the product page. Go to the Explorer. Inside the pages, right-click New Folder and create Product folder. Inside that, create a file named slug inside a square bracket. So put a square bracket and type slug, and after that .js. So what we do here is to make the slug as a parameter by using a square bracket, and when we have a URL like /product/slug of product, the slug will be available in this page using a slug variable. The next step is creating a component, type RFC and press tab to create a React functional component and change the name of component to product screen. Change it to product screen. Then in the render section, we are going to create 3 columns. But first of all, get rid of div and use layout. If you don't see the recommendation for layout from layout.js, press Ctrl P, search for layout in the components folder, then go back to slack.js and Ctrl space on it to get the auto import from components/layout. Set the title to product.name. So we need to get the product from the URL. For this purpose, we use useRouterHook. Define query from useRouter. It's a hook from next/router. So press tab to import it from the next/router, and then from the query get slug like this using deconstructing assignment. Save the code to format it, and from slug we can get the product. Open your terminal, click on plus to create a new terminal, and npm install -d only in dev dependency @types/react. The next step is getting the product from the slug. Define product equal to from the data inside utils folder. If you don't get the recommendation like what we did for layout, press Ctrl P, open data.js and go back to slug, and this time you will get the recommendation for auto import. Get products and use find function like this. Find function accept the function as a parameter to get the search criteria. So x goes to x.slug equal to the slug that we have in the URL. If product is undefined, does not exist, just return this div, product not found. Otherwise, we have the product here. Save the code to format it, and inside that, inside h1, just type product.name. Save the code and let's check the result. Make sure that you have npm run dev running, and in localhost column 3000, select a product. Awesome. We have featured as a heading 1 inside the layout and inside the page and in the page title. Good. Let's convert it to 3-column format to show the product image, info, and action. Get rid of heading 1 and add a div with the class name padding vertically to rem. And inside that, create a link, set href to homepage, and the caption is back to products. Press Ctrl space on next link to auto import it from the next link. Save it, and there we are. When user click on back to products, user will be redirected to homepage, and when select the product, user will be redirected to the product details. As you see, we have a slim shirt as a slug, and here based on the slug we get the product and we show the product here. The next step is creating a grid to put 3 columns next to each other. Here is the parents of the grid. Create a div element and set the class name to grid. For medium screen and above, set the grid columns to 4 and set the gap to 3 rem. Create a space between grids. So we have 4 columns and we are going to dedicate 2 columns for the image. So the first div inside it is gonna be 2 columns of 4 columns using call-span2. And inside that, show the image using image component from next link. Control space on the image and select this auto import from next/image, this import. So what we have here is a div and image. The source of image is product.image. It's the image URL of the product. Alternative text is the product name, and set a fixed width and height for it and make layout responsive. Save the code to format it, and here is the result. We have the product image here. Let's go for the next div. In this div, we are going to show the product information. Create a UL, and inside the UL, create a list item and show the product name as heading 1 and set the class to text-large to make the font size bigger. Save it, and that's it. We have a slim shirt next to product image. Next step is showing product category and product brand inside list items. We need to show the product rating too, so create an li, and inside that show the product rating using product.rating of product.num reviews and type reviews after it. And the last list item is for product description. Save it, and there we are. We have product details here: category, brand, rating, and description. We will change the rating to star format, but for now, this is enough. The next step is for action div. So create another div after the information div, and inside that, create another div and set the class name of this div to card and set padding to 5 rem. Save the code, and inside this div, create a child div to show the product price. So set the class name to margin button 2, make it flex and justify between to put price in the left side and the product price in the right side. Put a dollar because it's price. Save the code, and there we are. We have the price of product like this. Let's go for the next row. After the first div, create another div, set a status, and make a status conditional. If product.content_stock is greater than 0, make it in stock. Otherwise, make it unavailable. Save the code, and there we are, status in stock. The next column is about add to cart button. Just create a button, set class name to primary button, and make the width to 100% using w-full from Tailwind, and the caption is add to cart. Here is the result. Good, we successfully created the product details screen. It's the basic version of it. We will make it better in next lesson, but for this lesson, what we wanted to do is to create a product details. And when we go to the details of products in the product list, we get the product image, product name and information, and add to cart action. In the next lesson, we implement the add to cart functionality and make the product screen better. Let's review what we did in this lesson. We created a new file named slug.js to show the product details. In the package.json, we installed a dev dependency named @types/React to fix the auto import from React. And that's it, what we did in this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement add to cart functionality. When you go to the product page and click on add to cart, we create a React context and add items that you have selected to the cart and show a badge for that item in the header menu. If you click on add to cart one more time, you can see the update of cart items in the header menu. Also, we have a limitation based on content stock. If you add one more item greater than content stock, it's not gonna be added to the cart and you will get this error message. To get the source code of this lesson, go to the repository and in the commit section, find the changes that we have made in the video 8 handle add to cart. Let's get to code. Here is the plan to implement add to cart functionality. We need to create React context to save the cart item in the React application throughout all pages. To do that, go to the utils folder and create a new file named store.js with capital S. Here we need to import two functions from React. They are create context and use reducer. Call create context and set it as store and export it. The next step is defining the initial state. For initial state, define initial state and set it to an object, and inside that object define cart, and for the cart define an object and set cart items to an empty array. So by default, we have this state cart, and inside the cart we have cart item. By default, there is no item in the shopping cart. Next step is defining a reducer function. Reducer function accepts two parameters, state and action. And then we need to define a switch case to check the action.type. If the action.type is cart add item, we need to update the state and add the new item to the cart. To do that, get the new item from the payload of that action and set it as new item. Then search the state for this item using find method on the cart item in the cart object in state. If the item with this slug has been found, exist item get that item. If exist item exists, what we need to do is to use map function on the cart item. What we want to do in the map function is to check each item in the cart item. If they are equal to the exist item, replace it with the new item because the new item contains the new quantity of this item in the cart. Otherwise, keep the items in the cart items as they are. So here is the code inside the map function like this. Otherwise, simply use deconstructing array operator to deconstruct all items in the cart item and concatenate them with the new item. So we push the new item at the end of the cart items like this. At the end, put semicolon and save the code. At the end, cart items variables contains the updated cart item. We need to return them here because the reducer function need to get a new state. Keep the previous state as it is and only update the cart. Inside the cart, keep the previous values in the cart as they are and only update the cart item based on this expression. So what we do in the cart add item is to add the new item to the cart. But if that item exists in the cart item, we only update the quantity of it using this condition because the new item contains the new quantity from the action.payload. Also, we need to define the default case. And for default case, only return the state as they are. Here is the reducer function. The last step is defining a React component named store provider. The React component accepts children as a parameter, and what it does is to create a wrapper for the children and pass store.provider to and make it available store.provider for the children. In the store provider, what we're gonna do is to define a reducer hook using useReducer and pass the reducer function that we have defined here as a first parameter and initial state that we have defined here as a second parameter. And we get the state and dispatch from the useReducer hook. Then define another variable named value, and it's an object that has state and dispatch combined. And the last step is returning the store.provider. Store is coming from create context function, and that provider is a wrapper for all components in this application. So we use store provider in the app.js. What we pass as a property to the children in the store provider is the state and dispatch, so we can have access to the state, and state contains the cart and cart items. Save the code and go to app.js here to wrap the component inside the store provider. So after return, create a pair of parentheses, store provider, press tab to import it from utils/store, and then drag component inside store provider and save the code. Good. That's the usage of store provider that we have defined in store.js. So we simply created store, initial state, reducer, and store provider to make it available cart item throughout components inside the Next.js application. Here it's time to go to the slug.js where we have defined add to cart function and implement add to cart here. Simply set onClick to add to cart handler and then scroll up right before return, define add to cart handler function. For add to cart function, we need to use the dispatch from the store provider. So to access to the context, the React context that we have defined here, we need to use context function. Here is the code to do that. At the beginning of product screen, define state and dispatch equal to use context. Control space to import it from React here, and get store from utils/store. So in the state, we have cart and cart items. Great. Let's use the dispatch inside the add to cart handler. And based on the store.js, I'm going to dispatch this action, cart add item. Go back here and dispatch this action, The parameter to dispatch is an object that has type and payload properties. The type is cart add item. It should be equal to the text here. And the payload should be an object that contains the product properties plus quantity field. And the quantity is 1 because we are going to order one item of this product. Save the code to format it. And by having this code, we can add item to the cart. If we check the result by running npm run dev in the project folder, if you have it running, there is no need to run it again, and opening localhost column 3000. If I go to product details and click on add to cart, there is no change in the UI. I'm going to show a badge next to the cart when I add an item to the cart. To do that, go to the layout.js, and at the beginning of this component, use context hook should be used to get the state of the context. Import use context, import store, and we are going to use the state. From the state, get the cart like this, and then scroll down to find the cart, and inside the cart link, let's have a conditional rendering. If cart.cartItems.length is greater than 0, it means that we have at least one item in the cart. What I'm going to render is a badge using span, create a span element, and inside that, use reduce function on cart.cartItem and use accumulator and current item.quantity to show the sum of all quantities in the cart items. Save the code and then add a class for the span like this. Set margin left, make it rounded, set background color to red, padding horizontally 2, padding vertically 1, set text to extra small, make the font bold, and set the text color to white. Save the code. Awesome. We have one item in the cart. If I refresh the page, I have no item in the cart. If I click add to cart, awesome, it works. So we have implemented add item to the cart using React context. If I click add to cart one more time, I can't see any change here, but in a e-commerce application, it should increase the number of items in the cart. Let's fix it. Go to slug.js and in the add to cart handler and define exist item equal to this expression. What we are going to do in the find function is to search in the items of the cart for the product that we have in this page. If we have the product in the cart, what we're gonna do is to increase the quantity of that product. So if exist item is true, set the new quantity to exist item.quantity plus 1. Otherwise, we don't have this product in the cart, so the quantity should be 1, because by default, we are going to add one instance of each product to the cart. So instead of having quantity equal to 1, make it to the quantity that we calculated in the previous line. Save the code. Let's check the result. Click add to cart. This time when I click add to cart, I have two instances of free shirt in the cart. If I click more, I can have more item. Also, number of items in the cart shouldn't be greater than the content stock. Let's have a condition here. If product.content stock is less than quantity, I need to show an error message and return. For error message, we can just show this message using alert like this. In the data.js, for the first product, content stock is 20. So for the first product, if I increase it and make it 20, sorry, product is out of stock. So we cannot add products more than content stock. Good, that's it about this lesson. We implemented add to cart functionality using React context. To get more information how React contexts work, React context provides a way to pass data throughout the component tree without having to pass props down manually at every level. If you want to get more information about React context, check this link. Let's review what we did in this lesson. In the layout.js, we have used, let's get rid of this patch here. We don't use it here. We have used the use context to access to the store and get cart from that and show the cart in the header menu as a badge. In the app.js, we wrap the whole application inside store provider. In Slack.js, we use the context to handle add to cart functionality, and we created a store.js to define a React context, initial state, reducer, and store provider for the application. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement shopping cart. When users select a product and click add to cart, we are going to implement a screen like this. It's shopping cart page and it shows items in the cart and a subtotal section to show the subtotal of the shopping cart. Also, we implement removing item from the cart. When user click on remove icon, we remove the item and show cart is empty message. To get the source code of this lesson, go to repository and in the commit section, find video 9 create cart page. Let's get to code. Here is the plan to create cart page. Go to Explorer. Inside Pages folder, create new file and set file name to cart.js. Type RFC to create a React functional component and change it to cart screen. What we're gonna do here is to return a page that shows list of items in the cart, like what we did in the layout and in the details product page. We need to access to the context and get cart from it. To do that, use context hook, import it from React, and pass store as a parameter. If you can't access to the store.js recommendation auto import, type Ctrl P, open store.js and go back to cart.js and Ctrl space. And this time you will have auto import option. What we're gonna do here is to get the cart item from state using deconstructing assignment. Here is the code for it. So we access to the cart in the state, and from cart we access to cart items. Next step is in the return part. Get rid of div and create a layout, set title to shopping cart, Control space and layout and import layout. If you don't have the recommendation, like always, open layout.js, go back to the previous page and Control space to get the auto import recommendation for layout from /components/layout. Next step is creating heading 1 inside the layout and set the title to shopping cart, create margin button for its 1 rem, and set text font size to XL, it's 1.25 rem. Save the code to format it and go for the next step. What we're gonna do here is to have a conditional rendering. If cart items.length is equal to 0, we need to show a div, and inside div show cart is empty. Also create a link to the home page, and the caption of this link is go shopping. Wrap it inside parentheses like this and create another parentheses for the else part. For the else, we need to create a list to show items in the cart. Let us start by creating a div and set class name to grid, and for medium screen, define 4 columns for this grid. Also set the gap to 5. Save the code to format it. Control space on link to import link from next/link. Inside this div, we're gonna define another div, and for this div, set overflow x to auto, and for medium screen and greater than medium screen, set call span to 3. So from 4 columns, we dedicate 3 of 4 columns to the list of items, the first div. And for the last column, we dedicate a section for checkout button. Then create a table there, like this, and make the table minimum width to 100%. So it's gonna be a full width. Inside the table, create a table head and set the class name to border-b to create a border button 1 pixel. It's time to create a table row for the title. Here is the table row. Create a tr table row and create table cell for header. Set class name to padding horizontally 5. It's 1.25 rem and make the text left aligned. The title of first column is item, second column is quantity, third one is price, and the last one is action. Because quantity and price are numeric, we are going to make the text right aligned. Save the code and go for the table body. For the table body, create the element and use map function on the cart items. We are going to convert each item in the cart item to a table row. Inside the parentheses, create a table row, set the key of it to item.underline slug to make it unique, and set class name to border-b to create a border button for it. The first column is for the item. For the item, I'm going to make the item linkable. So inside the table cell, create a link like this and set href to /product/item.slug. Then create an anchor, and for the anchor, make it flex and set item center because we are going to show an image and text next to each other. That's why I'm using flex. And create image component from next/image, this package, and then set the source to the image of item, alternative text name of item, and set a fixed width and height for it. Then create an empty space using $mbsp, and next to the image, show the item.name, its product name. Save the code and go for the next column. The next table cell is for item quantity. Just render item.quantity like this. The next one is for item price. Render item price, put a $sign because it's price. And then go for the last table cell. Set the text center for the last column, and it's a button. Create a button there. And for the button, I'm going to use X circle icon. Define X circle icon, set class name to height 5 and width 5. X circle icon is an icon from Hero Icons. We get icons of this course from heroicons.com. They are free and open source. Let's install it. Open your terminal, open a new terminal, and npm install @heroicons/react. Then scroll up and import X circle icon from @heroicons/react/outline. If you click on it, you will see a node module / hero icon React outline. Save the code and let's check the result. Go to a product page, add to cart and click cart. Awesome. We have shopping cart, item, quantity, price, and action. And here we have the image of product, name of product, quantity, price, and action. When user click on it, we are going to remove this item from the cart. Let's implement it. Find the button and define onClick for the button. For onClick, define this arrow function and call remove item handler and pass the item to this function. We are going to remove this item using this function. Scroll up, find the return, and right before the return, define remove item handler like this. What we're gonna do here is to dispatch this action, cart remove item, and the payload is the item that we are going to remove. So we need to implement a case for cart remove item in the store.js inside the reducer. After this case, create another case for cart remove item. Inside that, filter cart items based on the slug of item and return all cart items except the item that we passed in the action.payload. So by using filter, we remove the item in the action.payload because in the cart.js, we passed the item that we are going to remove as a payload. By using this code, the cart items contains all products except the item in the payload. Then return previous state in the cart, keep previous cart, and then pass the cart item as a parameter. So by using this line, we updated the state of context based on the new cart item, and in the new cart item, there is no item that we passed in the action.payload. Save the code. Let's check the result. Click on close. Awesome. Great. We successfully implemented removing item from the cart. Let's add another item to the cart. When I click add to cart, I'm going to redirect user to the cart page. Let's implement it. Go to the slug.js. After dispatching cart add item, use router.push and pass the new address as a parameter, it's /cart, to redirect user to the cart page. Where does router come from? It's coming from use router hook. So at the beginning of product screen, define use router hook like this. Save the code, get rid of extra space, and let's check the result. When I click add to cart, I will be redirected to the shopping cart. The last part of this lesson is about the action part. I'm going to show a checkout button here and also the subtotal. Go to cart.js, scroll down, and right after this div, create another div. Set the class name to cart and create padding. Then create a UL, unordered list, and create a list item there. For the first list item, create a div and set class name to padding button -3. Then show subtotal here, subtotal. Save the code to format it. For the subtotal, create a pair of parentheses, and what I'm gonna show here is number of item in the cart. We calculate it using this expression, cart item.reduce, accumulator and current item, and sum up quantities in all items in the cart. Save the code, get rid of space between parentheses, and create an empty space here using this code, and then put colon, $, and I'm going to show the subtotal here. To calculate the subtotal, we use the reduce function on cart items, and we multiply price of each product by quantity and sum up them together. Save it. Here is the subtotal. We can make the font size bigger, set text extra large, much better, and create the last li list item and create a button here. Set the class name of button to primary button and make it full width using w-full class from Tailwind and set the caption of it to checkout. Save the code. Awesome. Subtotal, and it's ready to check out. For checkout, we just redirect user to the checkout page. For onClick, just call router.push/shipping. Save the code. Where does it come from? The router, like what we did in the slug. It's coming from use router, copy this line, go back to cart.js at the very beginning, use router, import it from next/router. Save the code, and let's check the result. Select a product, add to cart, and check out. We get redirected to shipping screen. We need to implement this screen in next sessions. If we go back, there is no item in the cart because we don't save carts in the local storage or cookies. That's why we need to implement this feature. That's the topic of next lessons. What we did in this session is to implement shopping cart page, show list of item in the cart, and also implement remove item from the cart. In the code, what we did is to install hero icons package to access to the close icon. We created cart page like this. In the slug, we redirect user after adding item to the cart, and in the store.js, we added a case for remove item from the cart in the reducer. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement updating items in the cart. In the shopping cart page, you can change the quantity of product. Let's say make it 10, and based on it, the subtotal will update. To get the source code of this lesson, go to the repository and in the commits section, find video 10 update quantity in the cart. Let's get to code. Here is the plan to handle changing items in the cart. Let's add a select box for selecting the quantity of each product in the cart screen. Go to cart.js and scroll down to find the item.quantity. Instead of showing a label, we are going to show a select box and user can change the quantity of each item in the cart. To do that, create curly bracket and create a square bracket. What we're gonna do in the square bracket is to create an array based on the item.content stock. If the item.content stock, let's say, is 5, we are going to create an array from 0 to 4 and based on that array create options. So use ... to deconstruct this array, and we are going to create an array from item.content stock. Then get the keys of the array. So if content stock is 5, key is a function, it returns 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And use map function to convert numbers to options for the select box. To create option, just use option, set the key to x plus 1 because x start from 0, but we are going to have the keys from 1, so I plus it by 1, and set value to x plus 1 too. The label of this option is the numbers. Save the code and wrap this expression in a select element. Cut the closing one, move it after the expression, and for the select box, set value to item.quantity. And for onChange, what we're gonna do is to get the selected value and call update cart handler function and pass the item that we are going to handle and e.target.value. It's the selected value in the select box. So save the code, and here it's time to implement update cart handler. We pass the item in the cart and the new value for quantity for this item. Scroll up, find the return, and define update cart handler. In this function, we are going to pass item and QTY. It stands for quantity. And inside this function, define quantity variable, and it casts the QTY to number, because options in the select box is a string and we need to convert them to number to use it in the cart items. Then dispatch this action. Type is cart add item, and the payload is the item destructured plus quantity that's selected by user in the select box. So what we did in the payload is to update the quantity of the selected item. Save the code and let's check the result. Select the product. The quantity is 20. It shouldn't be 20. Let's check the code, scroll down, find the option, and the value is quantity, not content stock. Save the code, and there we are. Let's select a product, add to cart. By default, it's 1. If I make it 2, awesome. Subtotal is 2 and it's $140. Let's add another product and make it, let's 5. I have 7 items in the shopping cart and the total price is correct based on the price here. Great, we successfully implemented updating quantity in the shopping cart. Also, if we go to the product page and click add to cart, as you see, it increased the quantity by 1 when you add to cart a product multiple times. Great, that's it about this lesson. Let's review what we did. In the cart.js, we implemented update cart handler and we created select box from 1 to content stock. User can select the quantity of this product for the shopping cart. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to save cart items in the cookie. By implementing this feature, when we refresh the page, the shopping cart shouldn't be empty and the previous item in the cart still appear here. To get the source code of this lesson, go to the repository and in the commit section, find video 11 save cart item and then compare your code in this lesson with this screen. If you are ready, let's get to code. Here is the plan to save cart items in cookie. Let's start by installing JS cookie package from npm. Open your terminal, click on plus to create a new terminal in the project folder and run npm install js-cookie. Wait a while to finish installation and then go to store.js and import cookies from JS cookies like this. What we're gonna do is to edit cart items default value from empty array to value from cookie. To get value from cookie, use cookies.get. So for the cart, remove the default object and check cookies.get for cart. So we are searching the cookies for cart key. If it does exist, use json.parse to convert this string to a JavaScript object, because in the cookies we can save only a string, not JS object. So if it does exist, then use json.parse to convert the cart in the cookie to a JavaScript object. Otherwise, use the previous code, this one. The cart is an object that contains cart items, and the default value for cart items is empty array. So it's very important to set value for cart key in the cookies, and it should have the cart object. Where do we need to update the cart items? It's in the cart add item. Here, before returning the new state, what I'm gonna do is to use cookies.set function. Here, cookies.set, and for cart key in the cookies, the value is json.stringify of this object. So it's gonna be json.stringify, and here is the value for cart item that we are going to save in the context. So this value should be saved in the cookie too. So what we did here is to update the cookie for cart key and save the new cart value that contains the new cart item in the cookie using json.stringify. Because objects can't be saved in cookie, we need to convert them to a string to save them in the cookie. Do the same for the remove cart item. Here, use cookie.cart, json.stringify, keep previous value in the cart, and update the cart items based on the filter in this line to remove the selected item from the cart. That's it. Let's check the result. Remove items from the cart. Click Go Shopping, select a product, add it to cart. Here, refresh the page. If we refresh the page, we get this error. It says error, hydration failed because the initial UI does not match what we rendered on the server. Because in the server, the cookie contains no item in the cart, but in the client, the cookie contained that. So to fix this issue, go to the cart page here and render this as client-side component. To do that, import dynamic from next/dynamic, cut export default from cart screen, and then go to the end of the cart.js and paste export default here and use dynamic function from next and return an arrow function as a parameter for dynamic. This arrow function returns a promise and use resolve. The parameter for resolve is cart screen, and second parameter is option for dynamic server-side rendering is false. To get rid of error for ESLint, just go to eslint.json and set environment browser true, node true, and ES6 true. By setting node to true, saving this code, the promise issue for ESLint will be resolved. Save the code. What we did in this line is to export cart screen as dynamic page that will be rendered only in client side. This time if we refresh the page, there is no error. Let's check the console and refresh it. Awesome. No error in the screen. If we go to the home page and refresh it, we get the hydration failed error again, because in the header menu, we render the badge for cart items. In the server side, it's 0, but in the client side, we have 3 from the JS cookie. To fix this issue, go to layout.js and define use state. Using use state snippet, press tab and set it to cart items count, and the default value is 0. Import use state from React, and then define use effect. For use effect, the function is this, and inside that, set cart items count to the value that we have defined here, this one. So cut this expression from here, then paste it right here, and copy cart items count from here and paste it right here. And do the same for cart.cartitems.length and replace it with cart items count. Save the code and let's check the result. Refresh the page. This time there is no error. We have 3 for cart items. What we did to fix this issue is to use useEffect, and useEffect only will be rendered in the client side. So in the client, after rendering the page, we update cart items count and change the value in the header menu. We need to click here, and update. So when there is a change in the cart items, we update the cart items count too. Save the code and check the result. Go to product details page, click add to cart. It's 4. Remove this one, it's 1. And in every page, if you refresh, you shouldn't get any error like this. Let's review what we did in this lesson. In the ESLint, we added node and browser to the environment to get rid of ESLint error for promise. In package.json, we installed JS cookie to save cart items in the cookie. In layout.js, we used useEffect and useState to calculate the cart items count in the client side to get rid of hydration error. In cart.js, we used dynamic to render the cart page only on client side because we don't like to index it in the search engine for cart screen. And in the store.js, we read the cart object from the cookie and also we save them on updating cart items. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson. Bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create login form. When users select a product, add it to cart and click on checkout, we redirect user to the login page if it's not logged in. What we're gonna do in this lesson to create this form and also implement the validation. When user click on login, we check the validation, also make sure that the email is valid and the password is greater than 5 characters. To get the source code of this lesson in the repository, go to commit section and find video 12, create login form to compare your code in this lesson with mine. If you are ready, let's get to code. Here is the plan to create login form. Let's start by creating login file in pages folder. Right-click in pages, new file, and set file name to login.js. Inside that, like always, type RFC and press tab to create a login component and change it to login screen. Login screen. What we're gonna do in the return part is to return a form, create a form. So use layout, import it from components folder, and set title to login. Inside that, create a form, and for form, set class name to auto and set maximum width screen to MD. So the max width is gonna be 768 pixel, and make the margin horizontally is auto, so it's gonna be center aligned. Inside this form, create heading 1 and set class name to margin button 4 and text size to extra small. The caption is a login. The first input box is for email. So create a div and set class name to margin button 4. Create 1 rem space from button. And inside this, create a label and set the caption to email and connect it to the email field. So we need to create input box with the ID of email to connect this label to that input box. So right after the label create input box, the type of input box is email because we are going to get email from user. Make the class full width using w-full from Tailwind and set ID to email to connect it to this label. Also make it auto focus. Save the code, duplicate this div, and change it for password. The HTML4 is password, ID is password, type is password, and also email is password with capital P. Then create the last div like this, and inside that create a button. For the button, set class name to primary button, so it's gonna get the class from global.css, this one, and set the caption to label. Create the last div. For this div, ask this question: don't have an account? So for quotation, we are using this code, and for space, we use MP-SP. They are special code in HTML to create quotation and create space. So if user don't have an account, we need to show a link to user to the register page. Import link from next/link here. We need to set the href, set href to register a screen. Save the code, and here is the login screen code. Let's go to cart.js. In the checkout button, instead of redirecting user to shipping screen, we didn't implement this one. Redirect user to login screen, but put a question mark and add this query string: redirect to shipping screen. So first of all, we check the authentication of the user in the login page, and if user is logged in, we redirect user to the shipping screen. If it's not logged in, we keep it in the login screen to enter email and password and authenticate user. Save the code. Let's check the result. We can click on the login page directly. We need to add CSS classes for input box. Let's go for it. Open global.css, and for input box, select box and text area, both of them, use apply and combine rounded class. So create border radius, create border around it, border width to 1 pixel, set padding to 2, create padding, get rid of outline around it, and create a ring Indigo 300, and when it's focused, make it ring. Save the code, and here is the class for input box, select box, and text area. As you see, we have input box like this. So here we can enter our email or password, and when click on login, nothing happens. It just refresh the page for us. Also, we have don't have an account and register button. Good. Let's implement validation in the client side. When we click on login, it refreshes the page, but what we're gonna do is to show error message to the user. For this purpose, we are going to use React Hook form. It's a simple form validation with React Hook. To implement it, we need to install this package. Open your terminal and click on plus to create a new terminal. In the project folder, run npm install React Hook form. After installation, we follow the sample in this address. So it's very similar to this code, the code that we are going to write to use the React Hook form. So go to the login.js. At the very top, import use form from React Hook form, and inside the login screen, use form hook. Here is the way to do that. The structure, the use form hook, and get handle submit function, register function, and form state, and from form state get errors. For handle submit, we need to use it in the onSubmit handler in the form. So go to the form and then set onSubmit and use handle submit from here as a function that accepts another function named submit handler and implement the submit handler like this as an arrow function, and it accepts email and password as a parameter for this function. So we need to register email and password in the input boxes. To do that, we use the register function from useForm hook. Go to the input box, the first one, this one, right here, register this input box in the React hook form using this code. Put curly bracket and ... to destructure the register function, and the parameter for register, the first one is the field name, it's email, and second one is validation options. The first validation is required, it is true, so I'm going to set a message for it. Please enter email. Save the code, and right after the input box, create an expression that check errors.email. If it does exist, it means that there is an error in the email field. I need to create a div and then show errors.email.message to the user. Then close the div. Save it. Set the class name to TextRed 500 like this. Let's check the result. Remove email and click on login. Please enter email. So it doesn't refresh the page and it asks for email for user and make email field focused. Awesome. Let's go for another validation. Let's enter wrong email. We need to use pattern validation from React hook form. In the input box for email, after the required, put a comma and set the pattern. For email pattern, I'm going to use this value. Set a value to this regular expression. What we do is to check for the name part and then make sure there is an @ sign after the name, and for the domain of the email, make sure user enter domain and then the extension of the domain. If the entered email is not like this pattern, show this message, enter valid email address. Save the code, check the result. Please enter valid email address. So if I don't enter anything, it says enter email. But if I try to enter wrong one, it says valid email error. If I enter the correct one, it's okay. Awesome. Let's go for the password. For the password, in this input box, after the type, use the register for password, and if for required, show please enter password error message, and use the mean length from React hook form. It's a validation that accepts a value, and we are going to get at least 3 characters. Let's make it 6. So user to enter at least 6 characters, and the message is password is more than 5 characters. Let's save it and check the result. Click login. It doesn't show the error message. For the error, like what we did in the email part after the input box, use conditional rendering, check password in the errors. As you see, the errors is coming from the use form. So automatically it check the form and fill the errors with the error that we have in the form. So here it shows the error.message for password. Save the code. Please enter password. If I enter less than 6 characters, I'm getting error message. So if I click on login, it just run the code in the submit handler. So here I can access to email and password. Let's check it. Open developer tools, and click on login. As you see, I'm getting the email and password using React hook form. Good. What we did in this lesson is to implement a simple login form. It validates the email and password based on the criteria that we have defined for email and password. And if everything is okay, it logs email and password. For the next session, we implement the authentication using Next.js to authenticate the email and password. So we need to create a database, save the email and password in the database. Let's review what we did in this lesson. In the package.json, we installed React hook form. In cart.js, we redirect user to the login page. We created the login page to get email and password from user. And in the global.css, we added classes. We styled the input box using Tailwind. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to connect to the MongoDB database and seed sample users. At the end of this lesson, you will have a database on MongoDB Atlas Cloud Server, and you can use it in your code. To get the source code of this lesson, go to repository and in the comments section, find video 13, connect to the MongoDB and seed sample users. Let's get to code. Here is the plan to connect to MongoDB. We have two options, installing MongoDB locally or using Atlas MongoDB on the cloud. Let's start by the simple one. Go to mongodb.com/atlas/database and click on try free. Then sign up with your Google account. Click on sign up. Then log in to cloud.mongodb.com. Click on create. Then click on database, click on build a database, select free shared, and select a default option, click on create cluster. Then create a database user, enter let's say Next, Tailwind, Amazona, and enter a password and click on create user. Then in the network access, make sure you added click add IP address, set it to 0.0.0.0/0 and click all. So we accept requests from all IP addresses to this server. Then click on database. It says your cluster is being created. Wait a while to create your cluster. After creating your cluster, it's time to create a database. Click on Browse Collections. Click Add My Own Data. Enter the database name to Next, Tailwind, Amazona, and the collection name to Test. Click Create. Awesome. We created the Next, Tailwind, Amazona database. Let's get the connection string for it. Click on Database again. Click on Connect. Click on Connect your application and copy this. Go to the code. In the root folder, right here, right click, new file, set file name to .env and set MongoDB _URI equal to, paste the code here. So here is the address of your connection to Atlas MongoDB. As you see, the username and password need to be filled. So go to the database access. Here is your database username. Copy and paste it in the username. And for the password, it's the password that you entered in the first step of going to cloud.mongodb.com. If you forget it, just remove this user and create another user and enter the user and password and copy and paste it right here. Also, after a slash, we need to enter the database name, Next, Tailwind, Amazona. Make sure the database name here is equal to the database name in the database section in the Browse Collections right here. This value should be equal to this value. So here is my database connection, MongoDB URI. You need to create yours because I'm going to delete it after the class. And we are ready to test it. To test it, just install MongoDB Compass, type MongoDB Compass, click on download now, and here click on download button. After download, run it and follow the instruction step and open Compass in your computer. Here you need to paste your connection string, go to in .env file, copy from MongoDB till to the end and paste it right here and click on connect. It's connecting to the Atlas MongoDB. Awesome. Here we connected to the database. It's Next, Tailwind, Amazona. If I click on it, I have the test collection here. Good. We successfully connected to the MongoDB database and we are ready to use it in the code. Let us start by going to utils.js, right click and create db.js. We use this file to connect to MongoDB. To connect to the MongoDB, we use Mongo's package. It's a MongoDB object modeling tools for Node.js. To do that, we need to install it. Based on the documentation here, we need to run npm install Mongoose. Open your terminal, make sure you are in a new terminal and run npm install Mongoose. Next step is importing Mongoose from Mongoose and then define an async function named connect. We use this function to connect to the MongoDB. First of all, define a constant connection equal to empty object because we are going to save the previous connection to the MongoDB. We define this constant. Before connecting, in the connect function, check connection that is connected. If we already connected, we don't need to connect again. So we say already connected and stop the function. Save the code to format it. Otherwise, check this condition. If mongoose.connections.length is greater than 0, it means that we have connections in the connection queue. So get ready state of the first connections in the Mongoose and set it in the connection variable is connected field. Then check it. If it's equal to 1, it means that the ready state is 1 and we are connected to the database. So log, use previous connection and return. It means that there is no need to connect to the database because we already connected to it. Otherwise, if the is connected is not equal to 1, we need to disconnect because we are not in the connected mode. Good. Let's go for the connection code. Use mongoose.connect and pass the MongoDB URI in the process.env file. So make sure that this value is exactly equal to this value here, MongoDB _URI. And log this message, new connection, and set connection that is connected to the ready state in the connections queue in the DB object. Save the code, and here is the connect function. At the end, define DB object equal to an object that has connect as a field and export default DB. Also, I'm going to implement the disconnect function too. It is very simple. After the connect function, define async function disconnect and check the connection that is connected. If it is true, check the production. If we are in the production mode, then call mongoose.disconnect and set is connected to false. Otherwise, console log not disconnected. So we only disconnect in the production mode, not in the development mode, because we are not going to connect and disconnect on every change in the code because it consumes the process a lot. At the end, export disconnect to, like this. Save the code in the DB and let's go to seed sample users. Go to the data.js. Here we have sample products. Before products, add sample users, create an array for users. And here is the admin user. Set name to John, email to admin@example.com. For password, use bcrypt package to encrypt the password in the database so no one can access to the password in the database, and set isAdmin to true. Do the same for the second user, name, email, password, and isAdmin to false. This one is normal user and this one is admin user. We need to import bcrypt from bcrypt.js like this. Let's import bcrypt.js, npm install bcrypt.js. Good. Next step, go to the pages folder. Inside the API, create a new file, seed.js. What we're gonna do in the seed.js is to seed sample users. Define a handler function, it's an async function, and then call db.connect. Import db from utils/db. After connecting to the db, it's time to seed sample users. To do that, we need to create user model. So go to the root folder of project, right click, new folder, and set folder name to models, and inside models, right click, new file, and set it to user.js. In Mongoose, to deal with the database, we need to create model. So here it's time to create user model. To create a model, first of all, we need to create a schema for that model using new mongoose.schema function. And a schema function accepts an object as a parameter, and inside that object, we need to list the fields of user. The first field is the username, and the type of it is a string, and it is required. Second field is email. Type is a string, required. It should be unique. So two users can't have same email. Next field is password, like name. And the last one is the isAdmin flag. It's of type Boolean, required. By default, it's false. Also, second parameter for the schema is timestamp. So when we create a new record, it automatically created at, and updated at field for the user model. Great. It's time to define the user model, const user, and check mongoose.models.user for the user model. If we already created that model in the Mongoose, there is no need to go for mongoose.model function. But if it's null for the first time, we need to create the model. It accepts two parameters, the model name and the schema as a second parameter. At the end, we need to export default user. Here is the code to create user model. Let's go back to seed.js and use it here. Type await and type user. Press tab to import user from user model and call delete many. We are going to delete all previous user in the user collection. Then call await user.insert many. We are going to add sample users. But where is the source of that user? It's coming from data in the utils folder and the users in the data. So what we do here is to insert users in the data.js. Here is the sample users. So what we expect is to have two users in the database after running seed. Let's call disconnect after finishing database operation and send this message seeded successfully. At the end, we need to export the fault handler. Go to data.js, save it, and let's test it. Localhost colon 3000 /API/seed and press enter. It says error, the URI is undefined. To fix it, open the terminal, find the project, terminal, stop it, and run it again. By running this, it loads .env configuration from .env file, so we have MongoDB URI in the project. Let's refresh it. Awesome, seeded successfully. Let's check the MongoDB campus. Here, click on refresh. We have users collection, and it has 2 users that we created right here. Here is the lesson for connecting to the database and seeding sample users. You can install MongoDB locally. Just go to this link, mongodb.com/doc/manual/installation, and follow the instruction here based on your operating system. For me, it's macOS. I just click on it, and I need to follow the instruction here to install the MongoDB locally and use the local address instead of MongoDB Atlas if you like to use it locally. It's up to you. Let's review what we did in this lesson. In the package.json, we installed bcrypt.js to encrypt password and Mongos to connect to MongoDB. In user.js, we created a model for Mongos to connect to create collection for users and deal with it. We created seed.js to seed sample users we needed for the next step to authenticate the user. In the data.js, we added 2 sample users, and in the db.js, we connect and disconnect from MongoDB database. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement the login API in backend. When user go to the login page and enter email and password, if it's wrong after login, we show this error message, invalid email or password. But if user enter the correct email password, we log in the user, and in the header menu, we show the username and redirect user to the homepage. To get the source code of this lesson, go to the repository and in the comment section, find video 14, create login API. Let's get to code. Plan to create login API. We are going to use Next.js package from Vercel. Here is the link of this website, and we are going to follow the structure here to make authentication possible in our project. Let's install it. Open your terminal. In a new terminal, run npm install Next.js. Next step is creating a folder inside API and set the folder name to auth. And inside auth, create a new file, set file name to square bracket ... next.auth, close the square bracket .js. Every request for signing and sign out and checking the authentication will be redirected to this file, and we need to handle it here. Let's start by importing Next.auth, then export default Next.auth. It's a function that accepts object as a parameter. For object, we need to set some properties. The first one is session, and the session is JWT. We are going to authenticate user using JWT strategy. So set the session, inside that define an object, set strategy property for session to JWT. Next setting for the Next.auth is callback. Callback is an object, and inside that we need to define the first function in the callback object. It is JWT. It's an async function like this. JWT accepts two parameters. The first one is token and second one is user. Here we check the user ID. If it does exist, fill the token.ID with the user.ID. Also do the same for isAdmin. If user.isAdmin is true, then set isAdmin in the token true too. So the user ID is coming from database and the token is in the Next.auth lifecycle. So what we are going to do is to fill the token with the data from database. Save it to structure your code and then go for the next step. In the next callback, we are going to define session function. It accepts two parameters, session and token. Do the same for it. In the session function, we check the token.ID. If it exists, fill the session with token. Do the same for isAdmin and at the end, return session. So in the JWT callback, we fill the token. In the session callback, we fill the session. So the data from the database in the user will be set for token and session. Let's go for the next setting. Here, define the providers. Providers is an array, and the provider that we are going to use in this project is credentials provider. So we are going to authenticate user based on the MongoDB database, not using GitHub authentication or Google login. So we are using credential provider as a parameter for credential provider. Define an object and inside that define authorize function. Authorize is an async function that accepts credential as parameter. Inside that, connect to the database and find the user in the database based on the email in the credential parameter. We need to import user from models folder, db. If you don't get the recommendation, just open that file and then control space here to get the recommendation from it, like this, for user and db. So what we did here is to connect to the database, get the user from the database using find one method on the user model in Mongoose, and then disconnect. Save the code. The next step is checking the user and password together. If user exists, it means that we have user with this email and credential.password, the password that user entered in the text box in the front end, is equal to the password in the database using compare sync from Bcrypt.js. Then it means that the user and password is correct. So here we need to handle authentication. Let's import Bcrypt.js, press tab to import Bcrypt.js from Bcrypt.js. And in this step, we need to return an object. This object is coming from the database. We are going to return ID, name, email. For email, just enter anything you like. We're not going to handle it here. isAdmin, all of them is coming from the user collection in the MongoDB database. Save it. Let's import credential provider. Scroll up here. Import credential provider from Next.auth provider's credential. Here is the provider function. What if the email and password is incorrect? Right after this, if through new error, invalid email or password. So we return email and password error to the front end. Awesome. We implemented the sign-in function and we configured the Next.auth in our project. Let's use it. Open login.js and here we are going to handle submission. What we're gonna do here is to define a try catch body. Let's get rid of it. Define try catch body and here call sign in function from next off. Make this function async because we use await here. Sign in function should be imported. Let's import it. Scroll up. Right here, import sign in from next off / react. Sign in function accepts two parameters. The way that we are going to authenticate its credential. So we could use Google or GitHub or any other login provider. The second parameter is email, password, and parameter for redirect. We are not going to redirect user. We're going to do it manually after login. So what we do is to pass email and password to the sign-in function. It's going to be handled right here in the next of handler. If there is an error, I'm going to toast an error. If there is an error in this API, toast error here. I'm going to use the get error function. It's a function that I need to implement inside the utils folder. Right click, new file, set file name to error.js. Inside that, define get error function. It's an arrow function. Inside that, I check error.response, response.data, and response.data.message. If they exist, return it. Otherwise, return the common message. Save the code and export get error like this. So inside login.js, we can import get error. For toast, I'm going to use React Toastify package. Open your terminal, npm install React Toastify. Then go to layout. At the very beginning of layout function, import toast container from React Toastify. Then scroll down to find the head. Right after head, use toast container and set position to bottom center and limit number of toasts at the same time to 1. Save the code and go back to login.js. Control space on toast, press tab to import toast from React Toastify. Awesome. Here is the submit handler function. Let's go for the next step. What I'm gonna do is to check the user login in the login screen component. At the beginning of login screen component, use session hook from next off and get the data and rename it to session. Then define use effect like this. Import use effect from React here. And inside that, what I'm gonna do is to check the session.user. If it does exist, it means that user logged in already. So when we do the sign in here, automatically session.user will get new value. And then here we need to redirect user to another page. What is the another page? It's the redirect. I need to get the redirect from the query string. If it doesn't exist, use the home page. So redirect user to the home page if there is no redirect in the query string. Before going for redirect, let's get router. Router is coming from use router. Use router is coming from next router. So to redirect user, we need to use router, and from use router, get router, and use router.push to redirect user to another page. Where do we can get the redirect from the query string? Use router.query and extract redirect from the router.query object. To get rid of warning here, put router, session, and redirect. Save the code, and there we are. When there is a change in the session, use effect runs, and here session.user has value, and we redirect user to the redirect that we have defined in the query string. Let's import use session from next-off/react here. To access to the session, we need to go to the app.js, and inside app.js, import session provider from Next.js/React. Then wrap store provider with session provider like this. Put the closing one and save it. We need to pass the session to session provider. How we can get the session? It's coming from the page props. So get rid of page props and change it to session and the rest of page props properties. We pass the session to the session provider and we can have session in all pages, including login.js. Great. Let's go to layout.js and show the username after login in the header menu. Here we show only the login. But what I'm gonna do is to get the session like what we did in the login page. Scroll up right here, use session hook, import it, and get session and a status. What is a status? It's a flag that shows the loading of session. So while we are loading the session, we don't show the username. Let's scroll down, find the login, and here check the status. If it is loading, show loading. Let's get rid of extra opening bracket. So what we did here is to check the status. If it's loading, show loading. Let's put it inside parentheses. Otherwise, check session.user. If it does exist, then show the username. Otherwise, show a link to the login page and make it inside that, put an anchor like this. Get rid of this, get rid of link here, get rid of parentheses here, and save the code. Awesome. We have a status. If it's loading, show loading message. Otherwise, if session.user exists, show the username. Otherwise, show login. Save the code. Also in the layout, scroll up and here import React-Toastify CSS from this link. Save the code and let's check the results. Here I'm in the home page. If I refresh the page, you can see the loading here and click on login, enter admin, email and password. You can find it in the data.js here and click on login. Awesome. We get redirected to the home page because we didn't go to that page from the checkout screen. And as you see, we have John in the header menu. Let's remove it. Let's log out by removing the cookie. Click here, click cookies, remove and refresh the page. Here I'm logged out. Select the product, add to cart, checkout. Here the redirect is shipping. So after login, I will be redirected to the shipping screen, but we didn't implement it yet. So that's the topic of next lesson. But what we did in this lesson is to implement login API. Let's go to the home page. And for next lesson, we implement the sign out and shipping screen. Let's review what we did in this lesson. We installed Next.js and React-Toastify. In the layout, we show the username if it's logged in. In app.js, we use session provider to provide session for all pages. In the login.js, we implemented we send an AJAX request to the sign-in API to authenticate user. And also we created Next.js to provide credential authentication using MongoDB database. Also, we provided error function to get the error message. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create user menu in the header. When user log in, we're gonna show the username here and make it like a drop-down. When user click on their name, we show profile, order history, and logout menu. Also, we implement the logout. When user click on logout, we redirect user to the login page and remove the login info in the header. To get the source code of this lesson, go to repository And in the comment section, find video 15, add user menu. You can check your code with me in this lesson. If you are ready, let's get to code. Here is the plan to add user menu. Let us start by installing Headless UI. Headless UI is a package that provides menu, list box, combo box, UI tools for us. It is compatible with Tailwind CSS framework. We are going to use the menu dropdown. First of all, we need to install this package. Copy this, open your terminal and paste it here. After installation, go to layout.js and import it right here, the menu. Next step is here. Scroll down to find the session.user.name and remove it. When user logged in, we are going to use the menu from Headless UI. Use as to convert this menu as a div in the output HTML. Set the class name to relative and inline block. They are classes in the Tailwind. It creates a menu for us. Let's put the menu button using menu.button. Set class name to text blue 600. Make it blue. And inside that, show user name in the session. Save the code, and here is the result. When I click on it, nothing happened, but it's like a button. I'm going to show a drop-down when I click on this button. To show a drop-down, use menu.items. Right after menu button, create menu items and set class name to absolute. Set right to 0 and width. Then set origin top right. So it's gonna be a stick to the top right and set a shadow to large. Save the code and then go to the menu items and add menu item. Here is the first item. I'm going to show the profile link. So use drop-down link. Drop-down link is a new component that we need to create. Let's create it. Go to the components folder here. Right-click new file and set file name to drop-down link.js. Type RFC and press tab to create drop-down link and get props. From props, the structure, href, children, and the rest properties. Then return a link instead of div and set the href here, and then return an anchor. Put the rest of properties in the component in the anchor and render the children. Save the code, import link from next link and go back to layout. Import drop-down link here. So what we did is to use drop-down link instead of regular link in the next/link in the Next.js, because we are going to treat link as a regular anchor in HTML. Let's use it here. Set the title of this link to profile. Set the class name to drop-down link. So if I use the link from Next.js, the class name doesn't work. And set href to the profile page. Great, we created the first menu item. Let's test it. Here I have profile. Let's make the background white. Here. Awesome. Then go to global.js and add a class for drop-down link right here. Use apply and use flex padding 2, and for hover change the background color, and use apply to set the flex padding 2, and for hover change the background color. Save the code and let's click on John. Awesome. Here we created the menu, the drop-down menu. If I click on it, I get 404 error. We implement it later. Let's add other menus in the drop-down. The next one is order history in the layout. After this menu item, add order history. And the last one is for logout. For logout, use anchor set href to hashtag, and for onClick, set it to logout click handler. Let's implement logout click handler, scroll up, find the return, and right before return, define logout click handler. Inside that, call sign out and set the callback URL to the login. Where does it come from, the sign out? It's coming from Next/React. Press tab to import it from Next/React. Also, we are going to remove the cart items. Call cookies.remove cart. Control space, import cookies from JS cookies right here. Also dispatch cart reset action. Get dispatch from use context. Scroll up. Here is use context and get dispatch from it. So we need to implement cart reset action. Go to store.js. After cart remove item, create a new case for cart reset. Inside that, return this state. Keep the previous state, but for the cart, make cart item empty object, shipping address empty object, and set location to empty object, and set payment method to empty a string. Save the code, and let's check the result. Click on John, and let's test logout. Click on it. Great. We get redirected to the login page and user logged out. If we add item to the cart like this and log in and log out, the item in the cart will be cleared. Also, I'm going to change the color of links to blue color. Simply go to the global.js at the very top for anchor, get rid of it, and use text blue 600, and for hover text blue 800. They are blue. That's it about this lesson. Let's review what we did. In package.json, we installed headless UI to use drop-down menu. We created a new component named dropdown link to make it possible for link to accept class name and apply style of class name to anchors. In the layout.js, we implement logout handler and we added menu for user. In global.css, we added blue color for anchors, and also we created a new class for dropdown link. And in the store.js, we added a case for cart reset to reset the cart item. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement shipping screen like this. We are going to get the shipping address from the user, and when user click on next, and redirect user to the payment screen. To get the source code of this lesson, go to the repository and in the comments section, find video 16, create shipping screen. Let's get to code. Here is the plan to create shipping screen. Let's go to the pages folder, right click, new file, and set file name to shipping.js. Then type RFC and press tab to create a functional component. Change the component name to shipping screen. What we're gonna return here is a layout. Let's get rid of div and change it with layout and set the title to shipping screen. Press open layout.js in components folder and then go back to shipping.js, control space on layout and click on auto import layout from components folder. In the next step, we're gonna create a checkout wizard. Inside the layout, type checkout wizard and set active step to 1. What is checkout wizard? It's a component that we need to create to show checkout wizard at the very beginning of shipping screen. Go to the components folder, right click, new file and set file name to checkout wizard.js. Like always, type RFC and press tab to create checkout wizard, and then set active step to 0. By default, it's 0, the active step. In the return part for the div, set class name to margin button 5 make it flex and flex wrap. So if we are in small screen, it's gonna show items in separate rows. Get rid of checkout, and we are going to render JavaScript inside curly bracket. We'll then define this array, user login, shipping screen, payment method, and place order. They are steps of checkout. Then use map function to convert this array to divs to show these items in the screen. The parameter for the map is steps and index. Inside the arrow function, return a div like this, save the code to format it. What we're gonna return in the div is the steps. So render steps inside that, save the code, and set the key to get rid of error in the div. The key is a step because they are unique. And set class name to this expression. Here is the class name. The class name has flex1 and border button 2 pixel and text center. But for the index, if the index is less than or equal to active step, make it active, otherwise make it inactive. Save the code, and let's go back to shipping screen, control space on checkout wizard, press tab to import it right here. Let's check the result, make sure you have npm run dev running, then click on cart and checkout. User login is done, shipping screen. We are in the shipping screen, so it's active. Payment method and place order are inactive. Let's go for the next step in the shipping screen. It's time to create a form. So create a form like this. Set class name to mx auto, horizontally margin auto, and set the maximum width to middle screen. It is very similar to the login screen. Like what we did in the login screen, set onSubmit to handle submit function from React hook form and pass the submit handler as a parameter to this function. So what I'm gonna do is to get handle submit, register, form state, set value, and get values from use form. And use form is coming from React hook form here. We use handle submit in the onSubmit handler for the form. Let's create the submit handler function too as a simple arrow function. We will implement it later. And the next step is creating heading 1 inside the form. It's shipping screen. It's the title of the page. Save the code to format it and create a div for the first input box. Set the label to full name. To get the shipping address, we need to get the full name first. Then define the input box for the full name. Make it autofocus and register the full name, and it is required. To show the error message after the input box, render error.fullname, and if it does exist, show the error message. Save the code, and here is the result. We have shipping screen and we have full name. Do the same for the second field, it's the street address. Get the address from user, register address. It is required, and the mean length of address is 3, and if it is less than 3, we show this message, address is more than 2 characters. After getting a street address, it's time to get the city. Here is the city field. Label for city, input box for city, and error message for city. Next step is creating postal code for the address, like what we did for other fields. Create label, input box, and check errors for postal code and show the error message. The last field is the country. After this div, create this one, country, make it full with the input box, register the country, and show the error if it does exist. And the last one is a simple div that contains a button and set the class of button to primary button to make it gold. For this one, justify between and flex and create margin button. Save the code, and there we are. We have shipping screen like this. Let's add a sample address. If I click on next, nothing happens. Let's implement the handler. Go to the submit handler function here and define the fields in the input boxes: full name, address, city, postal code, and country inside curly bracket. Inside the function dispatch, this action, save shipping address, we need to implement this case in the reducer in the context. And the payload is the address fields. Go to the store.js and create a case for save shipping address. What we're gonna return here is an object that keep the fields of state as they are. Also for the cart, we keep the fields of the cart as they are, but for the shipping address in the cart, we keep the previous data in the shipping address as they are, but we merge the address in the payload with the shipping address. So we update the shipping address fields by the data in the payload, and the data in the payload is coming from the shipping form, the data that user entered in the input boxes here. Let's close the opening curly bracket, save the code. Here is the case for saving shipping address in the reducer. Go back to shipping.js, save the code, and import dispatch. To get the dispatch, we need to use context like this. Use context is coming from React, and it accepts store from utils/store as a parameter. That's it. After updating the store in the context, it's time to save it in the cookies. To do that, use cookies.set. The first parameter is the key, it's cart, and second parameter is previous data in the cart, but updating the shipping screen based on this data. Let's get rid of location, we implement it later. We are getting the full name, address, city, postal code, and country. Here I'm going to get the location too. Save the code and get the cart from the state. Here is the code to get the cart from state. Also get the shipping address from the cart. Why do I need the shipping address? In the page load, I mean in the use effect here, I want to fill the input boxes based on the data in the shipping address in the context. So use set value and set the full name input box with the full name in the shipping address field. Do the same for address, city, postal code, and country. Click here on the lamp and click on update dependency array. And instead of having these fields, I'm going to only have the shipping address. Save the code. That's it. Import use effect from React here. And at the beginning of loading this component, we fill the input boxes based on the data in the React context. We don't need the get values in this lesson. And let's get the cookies from JS cookies. Here, cookies from JS-cookies. Also, go to the store.js, scroll up, find the cart, and set the default value for the shipping address. After the cart item, set shipping address to empty object. Save the code. We are getting this error. To get rid of it, just click here, click on cookies, remove the cookie, OK, and refresh. There is no error, but we are not logged in. Let's fix this issue because only logged in user can access to the shipping screen. To fix it, go to app.js and define auth function right here. Auth function is a wrapper component that we are going to use inside my app. it accepts the children, and inside this component, we get the router from useRouter, and we use useSessionHook, set the required to true, so only logged in user can access to it. And for unauthorized, we redirect user to unauthorized page. We need to implement it and set the message to login required. Control space on use state to use session to import it from next.auth/react. After that, check the status in the use session. If it's loading, show loading. And if it's not loading, show the children, the children component. Save the code. We don't need the session here. Import useRouter from next/router. And let's use auth inside the my app. Inside the store provider, check component.auth. If it's true, render auth, and inside auth, render the component. Otherwise, render the component as it is, like this. Close the opening curly bracket, and that's it. If the auth in the component is true, wrap it inside auth. So in the auth, if user is not logged in, we redirect user to the unauthorized page. Go to the shipping.js, save this file, go to shipping.js. At the very end, set shipping screen.auth to true, because this page is a protected page and only logged in user can access to it. As a last part of this lesson, I'm going to create unauthorized page. Click here, inside pages, new file, unauthorized.js. Inside that, type RFC to create a functional component, rename it to capital U unauthorized, create a layout, import it. Unauthorized page is the title of it, and inside that create heading 1, access denied. Then show the message. What is the message? It's coming from the query string. To access the query string, use useRouter hook and extract the message from the query. Control space on useRouter and import it. Save the file and let's refresh the shipping.js. It's loading. Access denied, login required. We get redirected to the unauthorized page. So click on login, and then click on cart. Let's go shopping, add item to the cart and checkout. As you see, we get redirected to the shipping screen. If I enter the address and click next, it's gonna update the shipping screen based on the data that we entered here. But we need to get redirected to the next step, the payment method. Go to the shipping.js, find the submit handler function. Here, after saving data in the cookie, the last step in this function is redirecting user to the payment screen, payment page. To get the router, like always, we use useRouter. Scroll up here, useRouter, import it from next/router. Let's check the result. Click on next. We get redirected to the payment screen. If I click back and refresh the page, what happens? I have my address already saved in the shipping screen. So the JS cookies and the React context work. That's it about this lesson. Let's review what we did. We created a new component named Checkout Wizard to create a header like this to show active step and inactive steps. In the app.js, we created auth higher order component to check the authorization before rendering the component. In shipping screen, we created fields to get the address info from the user. We created unauthorized page to redirect user to this page if user is not logged in. And in the store, we set the default value for shipping address. Also, we create a case to save shipping address in the React context. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement payment method screen. What we're gonna do is to create a screen like this, and user can select the payment method, and after clicking on next, we save the payment method in the cookies and inside the React context. To get the source code of this lesson, go to the repository and in the commit section, find video 17, create payment method. Let's get to code. Here is the plan to create payment method screen. Let's start by creating payment.js inside pages folder, right-click, new file, payment.js. Here type RFC and press tab to create the payment component and rename it to payment screen. Inside that, we are going to return a layout like this, set the title to payment method and import layout from layout.js. Then use the checkout wizard, import it from checkout wizard like this, and set active step to 2. Next step is creating a form like what we did in the shipping screen. Create a form similar to that one, but this time we're not going to use the React hook form because we are going to only select a radio button. It's not a complicated form with multiple input boxes. That's why we want to use simple input box in React. Next step is creating heading 1, set title to payment method, and then inside curly bracket, define this array. PayPal, Stripe, and cash on delivery, they are the payment ways that we are going to have in this form. Then use the map function to convert each payment method to a div. In the div, set the key to the payment to make it unique, and set class name to margin button to create space vertically between items. What we're gonna do here is to create a radio box. Create input, set the type to radio, set the ID to the payment, and set class name to padding 2, make outline noun, and for focus, set ring 0. Set the name to the payment method, and for the checked, compare the selected payment method with the payment in the array items. We need to define selected payment state later. For unchanged, update the selected payment using set selected payment. Next to the input box, create a label and connect the label to this input box using HTML4 payment, because the ID is payment. When you click on the label, the relevant input box will be selected automatically. Save the code to format it, and then in the next div, after this, create another div, set margin button 5, and we are going to create 2 buttons in the right and left side. So I'm using flex and justify between. The first button is back to redirect to previous window shipping screen, and the next button is here and its class is primary button. We need to have default button in the global.js, find primary button. Next to that, create default button. It is very similar to primary, rounded, BG, gray instead of amber, padding, vertically and horizontally, text block, create shadow, outline noun, hover, change the color, and active, change the color. Save it, go back to payment.js, and let's import stuff. Let us start by router. We are going to use router. At the very beginning of payment screen, use router, define submit handler. What we're gonna do in the submit handler is to call e.preventDefault. We're not gonna refresh the page when user click on next. Then we need to define selected payment method state. At the very beginning of payment method, define use state hook and get selected payment method and set selected payment method function from this hook, import use state from React, and set the selected payment method default value to empty string. Then get the payment method from the context. To do that, we need to use context to access to the state of the context, import it from React, and import store from utils folder. From the state, get cart, and from cart, get shipping address and payment method. The next step is defining use effect. What we're gonna do in the use effect is to check for shipping address.address. If it doesn't exist, redirect user to the shipping address. Let's use return here. We're not going to continue the code after this line. Otherwise, set selected payment method to the payment method in the React context. Save the code, import use effect, click here on the lamp and here to have all variables in the use effect function inside the dependency array. Save the code and let's implement the submit handler. Here, after calling e.preventDefault, we need to check the selected payment. If it is not selected, then we need to show this error message, payment method is required. Let's import toast from React Toastify and here return. We're not going to continue the code if selected method is not selected. If the selected method is selected, dispatch this action, save payment method, and then save the selected payment method in the cookies and redirect user to the place order screen. Let's define JS cookies, scroll up and import cookies from JS cookies. For save payment method, go to store.js, find the save shipping address like what we did here, duplicate it and rename it to save payment method, and instead of saving shipping address, we just want to get rid of shipping address code here and replace it with payment method equal to action.payment method. Because it's a string, we don't use the curly bracket like what we did for shipping address. Go back to payment.js, save the code. Let's check the results. Go to cart, add a product, checkout. In the shipping address, click next. Awesome. We are in the payment method. It is selected. And we have three options: PayPal, Stripe, cash on delivery. Select PayPal. If I click on back, it works. If I click on next, it works. But it didn't save the selected option. Let's select a Stripe and click on next. We get redirected to place order. If I click back, as you see, the Stripe is selected. If I refresh the page, it is still selected. If I change it to PayPal and click on next and click on back, the PayPal is selected, so it works. Awesome. We successfully implemented creating payment method screen to get the payment method from the user, and we are ready to implement place order screen. That's the topic of next lesson. Let's review what we did here. We created payment method screen. In global.js, we added default button. We used it here for the back button. And in the store.js, we created a case for saving payment method. In the store.js, at the beginning, next to shipping address, we can set the payment method to default value empty string. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to seed sample products in the /API/seed address. What we're gonna do is to create a product model and seed sample products. To get the source code of this lesson, go to repository and in the comment section, find video 18 seed sample products. Here we have product model and seed API. Let's get to code. Here is the plan to seed sample products to the MongoDB database. Go to seed.js. We already created seed API to insert sample users. Let's duplicate users for products. Product here, and products. So what we're gonna do is to add these products in the data.js to the MongoDB database using this code. But the thing is, we don't have product model. We only have user model. So we need to create product model. Go to the models folder, copy and paste user, and rename it to product. Then rename user to product here for model name, here, and here. We need to edit the fields of the product. We have name of product, so we keep it. We have slug, it's of type string required, and it should be unique. Next fields are category, string, image, string, price, number, and brand, string. All of them are required. For rating, we have two fields. Rating, it's the average rating, it is required, and default value is 0. And num reviews, its number, required 2, and default value is 0. Next field is content stock. By default, it is 0. It is required, and it's of type number. Let's add description. It's of type string, and it is required 2. That's it about the product field. Save it. Go to the seed, control space, and import product model from models folder. Save the code. Make sure npm run dev is running, and go to this address /api/seed. Seed it successfully. So we have these products in the database. Let's review what we did in this lesson. In the product.js in models folder, we created a Mongoose model for product, and it lists all fields of the product. And in the seed API, we delete all products in the product collection, and then we insert sample products in the data.js in the MongoDB database. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to load products from MongoDB. In the home screen, instead of getting products from data.js, we are going to fetch them from the MongoDB and list them in the home screen. We're gonna do the same for the product details page and also for add to cart button. When user click on add to cart, we check the quantity of product in the backend and then show error message if it's out of stock. To get the source code of this lesson, go to the repository and in the commit section, find video 19, load products from MongoDB. Let's get to code. Here is the plan to load products from MongoDB. Go to index.js in pages folder. Instead of getting data from data.js, statically, we are going to fetch them from the database. To do that, we need to implement get server-side props function from Next.js. Define this special function. This function runs before rendering the component and provides data for the component. We are going to provide the products from the database for this component. So we need to connect to the database first using db.connect, then get products from product.find function to get all products in the database. Let's import product from product model, open product model first, and then control space here to get the recommendation. Control space on DB. Let's open db.js and then go back to index.js, control space to get the recommendation to import utils/db, and then call a lean on this function. By using lean, we just get the products info instead of metadata for Mongoose in this collection. At the end, we need to return it. Here is the way to return it. Use return, define an object. Inside that object, define props object, and for props object, return the products like this. To get the products inside the component, put curly bracket and get products. Get rid of data.products and replace it with products. Get rid of this extra import. Make sure you seeded the API in previous lesson and then go to the home page. We are getting this error. It says the object cannot be serialized as JSON. To fix this issue, we are going to define a function to convert the MongoDB docs to the JavaScript object. So go to db.js. At the end of it, here, define convert docs to object. What we're gonna do is to convert the ID of each doc to a string and replace the object ID with the string of it. Also, if we have created add, convert it to a string in the documents, and also if we have updated add field, convert it to a string. At the end, just return it. Simply, we convert the Mongo's object to plain JavaScript object, and it can be serialized in the Next.js. Go back to index.js at the very end and use products.map function, and the parameter to the map function is convert doc to object. How can I get it? Go to the DB and export convert doc to object here and use db.convert to object here. Great. Save the code. Let's check the results. Refresh. This time I'm getting all products, but the products are coming from the database, not from data.js. If I click on a product, the product in the product page is coming from data.js. Let's fix this issue too. Go to product slack.js inside product folder. Scroll down at the very end. Define get server-side props here, but this time we are going to get the context, because from the context we are going to get the params in the URL, and from the params in the URL we are going to get the slug. I mean, we want to access to this value, free shirt. So the slug is the free shirt here, and it's time to connect to the database and use find one method on the product model and filter products based on the slug in the URL. Then use the len to convert it to the JavaScript object and put it inside the props. Next step is disconnecting from the database, and at the end, return it like what we did in the index.js. Use convert doc to object. If product is null, put null in the product. Save the code, control space on DB to import it from utils folder, control space on product to import it from models folder. So here is gonna be the import section. Then go to the product screen at the beginning of slack.js, get props in the product screen, and from props, get the product. So there is no need to get the product from the data.js. Remove this line, and also this one, and also this one. Get rid of data.js, save the code, and refresh the page. This time the data is coming from the database. If I make it shirt1 and press enter, I'm getting product not found. We can wrap it inside layout like this and set title to product not found. Much better, huh? We converted the home page and product details page to the MongoDB database as a source of the products, and it's time to go for add to cart. When we are in the product details page and click add to cart, this function runs add to cart handler. What I'm gonna do here is to send an AJAX request right here and check the content stock in the database to make sure that we have this quantity in the backend API. Because I'm using await here, I need to change this function to async, and I need to import Axios package. Open your terminal, npm install Axios. Axios is a library to fetch data from backend API. Control space on Axios to import Axios from Axios like this. Here, we need to implement this API at this address /API/product/product ID. Let's go and implement it. Inside APIs, create new folder, products. Inside products, right click, new file, set file name to id.js. So ID is a parameter, and define a handler here and export the handler function. What we're gonna do in this API is to connect to the database, get the product in the database using find by ID method, and using the ID in the URL to get the product in the database based on the ID in the URL /API/products ID of product. rec.query.id contains that ID, and disconnect from the database and return the product to the front end. Import DB from utils folder and products from models folder. So we simply created an API to get the product from backend in the MongoDB based on the ID in the URL. So when we put an ID in this API will be called and the product will be returned in the data variable. What I'm gonna do with the data is to check data.contentStock instead of product.contentStock, because when I'm in this page, in the product page, in the meantime, someone else may order that product and the content stock is 0, so I shouldn't be order this product for this user. Great. Let's check the result. Here, if I click on add to cart, it works. Let's implement add to cart for the home page. Here, if I click add to cart, it doesn't work. Go to the index.js, go to slack.js, copy this function entirely, go to index.js and paste it right here. We need to edit this function. First of all, it accepts product as a parameter. Also, we need to get the context here. Use context, import it, import store like this, import Axios. For the cart, use only cart. There is no need to redirect the user here. And for the product item, we need to pass add to cart handler to the product item. Save it and go to the product item component. Get add to cart handler here and use it in this button right here. So when user click on add to cart handler function in the props will be called and it passes the product. Inside index.js, this function with the product parameter will be called and we add the product to the cart. Let's click on add to cart. It's 4, but it didn't redirect user to the cart page. I can show a toast here. After adding to the cart, import toast from React Toastify here. Product added to the cart. And if there is an error, instead of alert, show a toast with error, sorry, product is out of stock. Save the code and click add to cart. Product added to the cart. Click add to cart. Sorry, product is out of stock. Awesome. Let's go to the cart.js. In the update cart handler, after getting the quantity, I need to have a check here, like what we did in slug and home screen. Let's make this function async. Import Axios and make sure that we have this product in the stock. So use if here, and the error that I need to show is this. Sorry, product is out of stock. Import and use return. I'm not going to continue the code if it's out of stock. If everything is okay, show this toast product updated in the cart. Also on the slug, instead of alert, I can show this error message inside slug. Instead of return this, show a toast like this. In the slug, in the index, I can put return here. It works too. Let's check the result. Here, if I go to the cart, make it 3, product updated in the cart. If I remove, it works. Remove. Awesome. That's it about this lesson. Let's review what we did. In package.json, we installed Axios to send AJAX requests to backend. In product item component, we handle add to cart handler. In cart.js, we check the quantity in the backend API for the product. In the index.js, we implemented add to cart handler in the homepage. In the id.js, we created an API to get the product by ID. In slack.js, we fetched the products from the MongoDB, and also we handled add to cart handler by checking the content stock in the database. And in db.js, we created convert doc to object to fix the serialization error in Next.js. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson. Bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create place order screen. When we select a product, add it to cart, and make checkout, after shipping and payment screen, we are going to create this screen. It's a preview for the order, and it shows the shipping address, payment method, and order items. We can edit each of them. And in the right side, we have order summary. It shows the prices for items, tax, shipping, and total. When we click on place order, it creates the order, clear the shopping cart, and redirect user to the order details page. That's the topic of next lesson, but in this lesson, we are going to place the order. To get the source code, go to repository, and in the commit section, find video 20, create place order screen. Let's get to code. Here is the plan to create place order screen. Let's go to pages folder, right click new file, and set file name to place order.js and press enter. Type RFC, press tab to create a React functional component, and rename the function name to place order screen. What we're gonna do here is to create a layout. Like always, we create a layout, set title to place order, and import it from the components folder. Then put checkout wizard here, import checkout wizard, open checkout wizard component, then go back here and control space, press tab to import it, set active step to 3. So the active one should be place order. Save the code and create heading 1. In the heading 1, the title is place order. First of all, we are going to check the cart items. After heading 1, if cart items.length is equal to 0, I'm going to render this div. Cart is empty, go shopping. So it's not possible to check out empty shopping cart. Otherwise, we are going to render a div like this, make it grid for medium screen, create 4 columns, and set the gap to 5. Inside this grid, create a div, a column, and it occupies 3 of 4 columns, spans 3 of 4 columns. And inside that, create a cart. Set padding 5 in the cart, and inside this cart, render h2, its shipping address. For the shipping address, we are going to render this div, its shipping address, full name, address, city, postal code, and country. Also create a link to edit it, so user can go to the edit page for the shipping address. Import link from next/link. Before going for the next cart, it's for payment, I'm going to import cart items shipping address. Let's go for it. At the beginning of place order screen, get the state and dispatch from the context, import it from React, and import this one from the utils folder. From state, get the cart, and from the cart, get cart items, shipping address, and payment method. Save the code, and let's check the results. Click Add to Cart, go to Cart, click on Checkout, Next, select Payment Method, Next. Awesome, we have place order screen. It has a card. The title is shipping address, and here is the address. If I click on Edit, I will be redirected to the shipping screen. If I click Next, I will be redirected to the place order screen. Let's render the payment method. Scroll down. After this card, create another card, create heading 2. The title is payment method, and inside a div, just display the payment method. It's PayPal, Stripe, or cash on delivery. After that, create another div to make it possible for user to edit the selected payment method. Let's go for the last card in the first column. Right after this card, create another card, set heading to order items, and create a table. It is very similar to what we did in the cart screen in cart.js. We already created this feature here. Inside the place order screen, in the table, create table head like this. It has item, quantity, price, and subtotal. And create table body. In the table body, render cart items and map each item in the cart to a table row like this. In the table row, the first cell is the item name and item image. Import item image from next/image. The next cell is for item.quantity, item.price, and here is the subtotal. Multiply item.quantity by item.price. After the table, create a div and put a link to redirect user to the cart screen to edit the shopping cart. Save the code, and there we are. The first column is done. It's time to go for the second column, the action column in the place order. After this div, make sure that it's the call span 3. So after this div, create another div. What we're gonna do in this div is to create a cart like this. Inside the cart, create heading 2, its order summary, save the code to format it, and create a UL. Inside the UL, the first LI is for items. It shows the item's price. We need to calculate it later. For the item, we use the flex justify content to put items in the left side and item price in the right side. The second price is for the tax price. We need to calculate the tax price. The third price is for shipping price. We need to calculate it later. And the last price is for the total price. It's items price plus tax price plus shipping price. And at the end, create an LI to place order. So we create a button, set on click to place order handler, and make it primary button and full width. If I'm loading, I'm processing, placing order, show loading in the caption of this button, otherwise show place order. Also, if I'm loading, make it disabled using this attribute. Save the code, and at the end, scroll down and make place order screen.auth to true. So only authenticated user can access to this page. Otherwise, they will be redirected to the unauthorized page. Save the code, scroll up at the beginning of place order screen, and let's define variables that we use in this function. Let us start by calculating stuff. The first one is items price. So here define items price. I'm going to use round to function because I'm going to have calculation here. I'm using the round to round the number. Let's say if the calculation is like this, I'm going to convert it to the rounded like this. So round2 function is a very simple function. Let's define it above this. It gets a number, use math.round, multiply the number by 100 plus number.epsilon and divide it by 100. So what it does is to get a number like this and convert it to this one. Good. What is the parameter to the round2 to calculate items price? If we check the cart.js here for the subtotal, here is the code, this one. Copy this, go to place order, paste it right here. So we use reduce function, it accepts accumulator and current items, and we sum up accumulator by current item dot quantity multiply by current item dot price, and the default item for accumulator is 0. Save the code to format it. For shipping address, it is very simple. We just have a simple rule. If the item price is greater than $200, it's free. Otherwise, it's $15. For tax price, we just simply define constant tax 50%. And the total price is items price plus shipping price plus tax price, but use round2 to make it in 2-digit format. Save the code and define use effect here. In the use effect, I check the payment method. If it is not defined, I redirect user to the payment method screen. Import use effect from React. Import router from use router from Next/router. Click here on the lamp update dependency to get rid of the warning. Great. The next step is defining the loading here. Use state, and I'm using the loading to handle place order action. So define place order action here, and we use it in the place order action. And define a try catch. If there is an error in placing order, use set loading to false and toast the error message. Press Ctrl space to import toast from React Toastify, and get error is coming from error.js. So open it and Ctrl space, import it from utils folder here. In the try part, what I'm gonna do is to set loading to true first. Then send this Ajax request. Axios.post, it's a post method because I'm going to create an order to /API/orders. What is the payload for this API? It's order items, so I rename cart items in the React context order items, shipping address, payment method, and prices. Save the code, import Axios from Axios, and after that set loading to false. Also dispatch this action. Let's get rid of extra space. Cart clear item and clear the cookies too. So in the cart key inside the cookie, set cart items to empty array, but keep payment method and shipping address in the cart for next orders. JS cookies is coming from JS-cookie. Scroll up and import it from JS-cookies. Great. What I'm gonna do with the data from backend? The data is the order in the backend. So I'm going to redirect user to the order/data._id. I'm redirecting user to the order page. We create this page in next lessons. Save the code. Let's go to payment method screen. At the very end, like what we did in the place order, I'm going to make this authenticated. So inside the place order screen, copy and paste placeorder.auth and rename it to payment method. Scroll up and go back to place order screen. So here it's time to create the order.api. Before that, let's check the result. We have place order, it has shipping address, payment method, order items, and I have order summary. If I click on place order, we are getting this error, 404 error, because we didn't create this API. Let's create it. Go to the pages folder. In the API, right-click, new folder, orders, and right-click, new file, index.js. What we're gonna do here is to create a handler and export the handler. Inside the handler, check the authentication first using get session, import get session from Next auth, and if it doesn't exist, return this message. Sign in required, and the status code for this API is 401. Otherwise, get the user from the session, then connect to the database, then create a new order based on the data in the payload in the rec.body. Also fill the user with the user ID from the session. After creating a new order, we need to save that order and send back a status code 201, and the message is the order object in the database. Save the code and import db from utils folder. Here it's time to create order model in Mongoose. Go to the models folder, duplicate products, rename it to orders. Order. Rename product to order here, and rename product to order here, and here. So it's time to get rid of fields in the product and start by defining fields of order. The first field is user. User is of type object ID. It's a reference to the user model and it is required. Inside the index.js, we set the user with the user.id. The next field is order items. Order items is an array, and in this array, we have an object. Each item in the order item is an object, and it has the name of product of type string, quantity of product of type number, image of product of type string, and the price of product of type number. After that, define the shipping address like this. Shipping address is an object that has full name, address, city, postal code, and country, all of type string, and all are required. The next field is payment method of type string, items price, shipping price, tax price, and total price. Also, we have the status is paid, is delivered, paid at, and delivered at. That's it about the fields of order schema. Let's check the result. Open Google DevTools, go to network, and click on place order. We are getting this error. What is the error? Let's go to the terminal here in the node. It says order is not defined. Let's go to the index.js in orders folder and control space import order from models folder. Save the code. Let's click on place order 201, and user will be redirected to the order details page. The ID that you see here is the created order ID. Also, don't forget to add a case for cart clear items in the reducer. Scroll down. After cart reset, add cart clear items. We keep the state as it is. In the cart, keep the cart and set cart items to empty array. Save the code. Good. If I click back, as you see, the order is empty, the cart is empty because we created that order and we removed it from the shopping cart. So I need to go shopping, add product to the cart, checkout, login, shipping address. As you see, We have shipping address already here, payment method, and if I click on place order, it will be created and I will be redirected to the order details page. Creating this page is the topic of next lesson. So we successfully implemented place order screen. Let's review what we did in this lesson. In the order.js, we created a model to save order information. In payment.js, we made the payment screen authenticated. We created place order screen to preview the order and place order. And in the index.js in /API/orders, we created an API to create an order. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson. Bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement order details screen. When users select a product, add it to cart, checkout, enter shipping, payment, and place order, we are going to show this page. It shows the order information from the database using an API that we will create in this lesson. To get the source code, go to the repository at this address. In the commit section, find video 21, create order screen, and compare your code with mine. Let's get to code. Here is the plan to create order screen. Let's start by implementing backend API to get the order details by order ID, and then we will go for the front-end part. Go to the pages folder in the API, inside orders, right-click and create a new file, set file name to id.js inside a square bracket. ID is a parameter and we are going to get the ID at this address /API/orders/ID of order. Let us start by defining a handler like what we did to create API. The handler is an async function that accepts request and response as parameter. In this function, we need to get the current user using getSession function from Next.auth. So import Next.auth/react, and from this package, getSession and pass the request as a parameter to this function. Then get the session, and if the session is null or undefined, send status code 401 and this message, sign in required. If everything is okay and user is logged in, connect to the database. An order object from Mongo's model, call findById function and pass the ID in the URL. To get access to this ID, we use rec.query.id. Then will be saved in the order object and then disconnect from the database and send back order to the front end. At the end, we need to export handler, export default handler. Save the code and let's import DB. If you don't get access to DB auto import, press Ctrl P, type db.js, then go back to this file, and this one you will have the recommendation. For order, do the same, open order.js inside models folder, then Ctrl space on it and import it like this. Get rid of extra line, and here is the code for backend API at this address. Let's go to the front end part. What we're gonna do in the front end is to create a new page at this address /order/order_id. So we need to create a folder inside pages and the folder name is order. Inside that, right click new file and set file name to id.js. Inside this file, create order screen function. Make this function auth to true. So only authenticated user can have access to this page, and export it like this. Save the file and let's go to the order screen to implement this page. Like always, we use layout inside return function use layout, and the title of this page is order and order ID. Import layout from layout, open layout.js in components folder, control space, and import layout from components folder. Save the code and get the order ID. To get the order ID, use useRouter hook and get query from useRouter, and from the query get the ID, because the address is gonna be like this, order/ID. So we get access to the ID using query.id and put it inside order ID constant. useRouter is coming from Next.js/router package. The next step is defining a reducer. After this, define a reducer hook using reducer from React. And the first parameter is the reducer function. We need to implement the reducer function later. Second parameter is default value. For the default value, we load data on page load. So I set loading to true. We want to get the order. So I set the order to empty object. And we want to show an error if there is an issue in getting order. So the order by default is empty. It means that there is no error. And from the reducer, we are going to get loading, error, and order. Let's get rid of others because that's the topic of next lessons. And the second thing that we are going to get from the reducer hook is dispatch to dispatch actions. Let's define the reducer above order screen like this and use switch statement to check the action .type. If it is fetch request, the state that I'm going to return is previous state, but change loading to true and change error to empty. It means that I send AJAX request to backend and I want to show a loading message and no error. The next state is fetch success. It happens after getting data from backend. So loading is false, order is coming from the action.payload, and there is no error. For error state, show loading to false and show the error based on the error in the action.payload. For default case, just return the state as it is. Great. Let's go for the next step. Here, I'm going to define the use effect because I'm gonna send an AJAX request to backend on page load. That's why I need to define use effect. Import use effect from React like this. And then inside that, define fetch order function. It is an async function and call it right after defining this function. What I'm gonna do here is to dispatch fetch request first, then send an AJAX request to backend using axios.get/API/order order ID. We already implemented this API in this file. Import Axios from Axios. And after getting the order from backend, it's in the data. Dispatch fetch success and pass the data, the order as a payload. So it's gonna be saved inside the order in the reducer here. Wrap it inside try catch here, try and catch. If there is an error, dispatch fetch fail and the payload is get error, import get error from error.js. We already implemented get error, import it and pass the error to get the correct error message from the error object. Save the code, click here, click on the lamp, update. If there is a change in the order ID, use effect runs again. Awesome. Here I'm going to have a case, a condition for calling fetch order. So move it inside if block fetch order. If order.id does not exist, it means that we don't have order ID. We need to fetch order. If the order ID exists, but order.id underline ID does not equal to the order ID in the URL. It means that we have order, but it's about the previously visited order ID. So I need to fetch order for the new order in the URL. Save the code, click on the lamp, click here, click on the lamp, update, and get rid of .id here. If there is a change in the order or order ID, run useEffect function again. Great. Let's go for the UI part inside the layout. First of all, I'm gonna show heading 1, and the title is order and order ID, margin bottom 4 and text extra large. The next step is showing loading box. If I'm loading data, what I need to show is a loading message. Simply use a div loading. Otherwise, if there is an error, show error message using a div and use alert error. Alert error is a class inside global.css. Add this class. Margin vertically 3, rounded large for border, set background color, set padding, and set text red 700. Otherwise, it's time to show the order information. Let's create a div to show order information like this. Close the opening curly bracket, save the code, and here it's time to add order information here. I created a grid for medium device. It has 4 columns and the gap between calls are 5. For the first column, as you see, it is very similar to place order screen like this. In the first column, create the first card, and the title of first card is shipping screen. Inside shipping screen, show shipping information like this, and check the delivery status. If is delivered is true, show alert success, delivered at this date. Otherwise, show error message not delivered. Save the code and let's get shipping address. Scroll up, right before return, press enter, and the structure order object, we already filled the order object here, and get shipping address is delivered at, and other fields of order. So we use them inside the UI like this. For alert success, go to the global CSS and add alert success class. Use apply from tailwind, set margin to 3. Let's make it margin to make it like alert error. Save the code, get rid of extra space. That's it. Go back to id.js and let's go for the payment. For payment method, find the card div, and after this card, create this one. Card padding 5. Inside h2, show payment method, and show the payment method and check is paid. If it's true, in successful box, show paid at, otherwise in error box, show not paid. The next one is about order items. After this card, create another card, set the title to order items like this, and after that, create a table. For the table, display table head for item, quantity, price, and subtotal, and create table body to show the order information. Inside table body, use order items.map to convert each order item to a table row. Close the opening parentheses, and inside that, create a table row, create border bottom, and create the first cell. In the first cell, like what we did for order item and shopping cart screen, create a link, import link from next/link, use image from next/image, and show the item information. The next cell is for item.quantity, next one item price, and the next one is subtotal for each item like this. So here is the table body. Let's go for the order summary part. Find the div for the first column. Here is the div for the first column. The call span is 3. Scroll down. Here is the first column. After this, create another div. Inside this div, create another div and set the class name to card and padding 5. In this div, create heading 2 and make text large. The title is order summary and create a UL. In the UL, the first li is for items price, like this. Second li is for tax price. I'm using flex and justify between to put the label in the left side and the value in the right side. Next li is for shipping price, and the last price is for total price. Great. Let's check the results. If I go to the order details, I can get this page. Let's test again. Select a product, add to cart, checkout. I'm already logged in. Next, PayPal, next, and place order. After this, I will be redirected to the order details at this address /order/order ID. And in this page, based on this implementation, I have order information. If I refresh the page, I have my order right here. For the next lesson, we implement the order payment, but this lesson is about order screen for order details to show order details. Let's review what we did in this lesson. We created an API to return the order information based on the order ID, and we created a page to fetch order ID from backend and show order information on the screen. And in the global CSS, we added 2 classes to show error message and successful message. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement register screen. When user click on register, user will be redirected to the create account, and we implement register screen in this page. We implemented validation here, and after entering the data, we create a new user and log in the user. To get the source code, go to the repository in the commit section, find video 22, create register screen. Let's get to code. Here is the plan to create register screen. First of all, let's get rid of the warning here. It says no secret, next auth warning. To fix this issue, just go to .env file and add next auth URL. It's the URL that we are developed the project. It's http://localhost:3000. When we deploy this website on production, we will change it on the environment variable on the server, not here. I will teach you how to do that on deployment part. For the second environment variable, we have next auth secret. Just set it to something secret, whatever you like, and stop the project or run it again, because we are going to load the .env file again. This time we don't get the warning message like what we get right here, as you see. Okay, we are going to implement the register page. So when user click on login, we have register, but we didn't implement it yet. Let's go for it. I'm going to start from the front end part. Open login.js. Also, we have this issue. Let's fix it. You just need to log out, clear the cookie like this, and go to the login page. This time we don't get this issue. If I click on login, as you see, this time there is no issue. Login and log out, and it works. Okay, what we're gonna do is to duplicate the login.js. Click here, Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V, and rename it to register.js. We need to add a new field here. Before email, we are going to get the username. So create a div above this div and its for name, like this. The label is for name, input type is text, not name. ID is name, class is with full. It's autofocus, so this one shouldn't be autofocus, the email one, because the name is the first field. And register it as name. If there is an error, for validation, it's required, please enter name. If there is an error, show the error message like this. Let's go for the password. We are going to have two passwords. It's for confirm password. So right after the password here, create another div here before login. And here is the code for that. We created a div, margin button 4, a label for confirm password. The input box class name is with full, type is password. The ID is confirm password. So we connected to this label using HTML for confirm password and ID confirm password. For register, the name of this field in React hook form is confirm password. The second one is options for registering this field in the React hook form. It is required, so the error message is please enter confirm password, and this one we already implemented, mean width. If it's less than 2, show this message. Based on the error here, it's 6 and 5, so I'm going to change it to 6 and it's 5. But this one is a new one. It's for another validation. What we do here is to check the value in this input box, the confirm password, with the value in the input in the password input box. And if they are not equal to each other, we show an error message. What is the error message? It's this one, password do not match. So by adding this conditional rendering, we check the password in the password input box with the value in the confirm password input box. If they are equal to each other, it's okay. If they are not, we show this error message. Also for regular error, we use this error box. What is get values? Get values is coming from the React hook form, the hook that we implemented right here from use form. After register, get value is another function from use form. And here we get the name, email. Before sign in, I'm going to send an AJAX request to this API, /API/auth/sign-in. We need to implement this API later. Let's get Axios by importing from Axios and pass name, email, and password. It's a post request. So what we're gonna do is to create a new user in backend, and then we log in user using sign-in function. If there is an error, show error, and that's it. The title is register. Let's make it create account here and here. Scroll down at the very end. Instead of login, we have register, and instead of don't have an account, get rid of it and use this one, don't have an account, a link, register, redirect to the redirect. Here I check the redirect. So in the login page, instead of this register link, I'm going to change the href to register and check the redirect. If it does exist, use it. Otherwise, redirect user to the home page. Save the code in login.js and in register.js. If I click on register in the login page, the URL is register redirect to the home page. And here we have name, email, password, and confirm password. If I click on register, as you see, I'm getting the validation error here. Let's add sample data and click on register. It says 400 error. Let's fix it. Go to API, auth, and here it's time to create a new file. The file name is signup.js. I'm going to implement signup API. To do that, define async function named handler and export this function. Inside that, check the method of this request. If it's not post, return, because this API only accepts post HTTP verb. Then get the name, email, and password from the payload of this request. If the data does not exist, if email does not exist, if name doesn't exist, if email doesn't include that sign, and the password is less than, here we have 5, return this error, status 422, and send this JSON, or you can use send instead of it, and the message is validation error. Save the code. If the method is post and we have name, email, and password, it's time to connect to the database. Import OpenDB.js and then go back, control space on it, and import db from utils/db. First of all, search in the database for this user with this email. Let's import user, open user.js in models folder, go back to sign up, control space on user, and import user from models folder. So by find one, we search in the user collection in MongoDB for the user with this email. If it does exist, what I'm gonna do is to show this error message. Rest.status 422 JSON. The message is user already exists, and disconnect from the database and return. Don't continue the code. Otherwise is the code here. Define a new user from the user object from Mongoose and pass the name, email, and use bcrypt.js to encrypt the password. Import bcrypt.js at the very top right here. Import bcrypt.js from bcrypt.js. Here we have the new user and it's time to create it using new user.save function from Mongoose. Use await and return the created user in the user object. It's time to disconnect from the database and send back this data. The status is 204. Create a new resource and send this message. As you see, we use JSON and send. Both of them are correct. You can use whatever you like. And the message is created user. And we pass the ID of user, name of user, email of user, and is admin status. By default, it's false. Save the code. And in 50 lines of code, we created an API to create a user in the database. Let's check the result. This time I click on register. I get redirected to the home page and my name is here. If I go to profile, it doesn't, and it means that everything is okay and we created a new user. Let's click on logout. This time I'm going to select a product as a new customer, checkout, and click on register. As you see, the redirect is to shipping screen. So if I enter a test user like this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and click on register, I will be redirected to the shipping screen. Here, if I enter my password, yeah, that's it. Awesome. We successfully implemented register screen. Let's review what we did here. In the login.js, we changed the href in the don't have an account message to include the redirect in the query string. We created a new page named register to sign up the user in the e-commerce website. And also we created sign up API. What we do here is to create a new user in the database and return that user. So inside the register.js, inside the submit handler, after creating the user, we sign up that user like this. Okay, that's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement payment by PayPal. When you select a product, add it to cart, and follow the payment wizard, the checkout wizard, you will be redirected to the order page. What we're gonna do here is to show a PayPal button, and when user click on PayPal, we redirect user to the PayPal website to make the payment like this. And after clicking on Pay Now in the PayPal website, user will be redirected to the website and the message order paid successfully will be displayed here. Also, the payment status will change and the order workflow is done. To get the source code of this lesson, go to repository. In the commit section, find video 23, Pay Order by PayPal. Let's get to code. Here is the plan to implement Pay Order by PayPal. First of all, go to developer.paypal.com and click on Login to Dashboard. Here, you need to create a PayPal account by clicking on Sign Up and follow the instruction. I have already created an account, so I just enter my email and password and click on Login. After login, you will be redirected to this screen. In the dashboard section, click on My Apps and Credential. To test the payment, keep Sandbox selected. Click on Create App. You will be redirected to this screen, Create New App. Set the app name to Next Amazona or whatever your e-commerce website is. App type to Merchant. Click on Create App. And then you will be redirected your application page. The most important part in this page is the client ID. Select it, right click and copy. Go to your code, find .env and enter PayPal client ID equal to and paste it right here. So it's gonna be like this. Don't use this code because I'm gonna delete it after this lesson. You need to create your own and paste it right here. This one is for Sandbox account. For real payment, you need to create live account. To do that, click on My Apps and Credential, select Live, and then Create App. And then enter app name, and the client ID is gonna be live, so you can use it for real payment. First of all, we need to install the PayPal package. Open your terminal, create a new terminal and install this package. npm install @PayPal/react-paypal-js. It's the official package by PayPal to implement PayPal button in React application. Close it and open id.js in order folder. Find the total, scroll down. Here in the order summary, find the total price, and after that, use the conditional rendering. If order is paid is false, it means that we need to show the PayPal button because it's not paid. Then render this li. Create an li. Inside li, check is pending. Is pending is a variable that check loading of PayPal script in the web application. So if it's pending, show loading. Otherwise, in a dev with class name with full, render PayPal buttons like this. Then set create order, on approve, and on error handler to 3 functions that we will implement later. They are create order, on approve, and on error. Close the opening curly bracket here and save the code. Here is the code to have PayPal button right after the total price in the order screen. Let's implement is pending and import PayPal button. For PayPal button, just control space on PayPal button, press tab. So at the very top, we will have this import. Then go to the order screen and define use PayPal script reducer. It's a hook from the PayPal. Let's import use PayPal script reducer from the PayPal package here. And what we get from this reducer is pending state and PayPal dispatch. We use PayPal dispatch to reset the options and set the client ID for PayPal. Go to the use effect, and in the else part, we are going to define load a script. Let's define this function. It's an async function, and what it does is to load the script, reset the options, and what we're gonna do in the load script function is to get the client ID from the backend. Here is the code to get the client ID. Use await axios.get at this address /API/keys/PayPal and get the client ID. We will implement this API after finishing this function. After getting client ID, use PayPal dispatch to set the client ID for the PayPal script and set the currency to the currency that you want to have. I'm using USD. After dispatching reset options, it's time to dispatch another action from PayPal script, and it's set loading status to pending. At the end, we need to call this function, save the code, and click here on the lamp to add PayPal dispatch to the dependency array for the use effect. Great. So at this point, I'm loading the script, but to use the PayPal script, we need to go to the app.js and wrap the component inside PayPal script provider. So here, define PayPal script provider and make defer loading to true. So by default, it's not going to load the PayPal script, and we load it manually using this code in the pages that we want, like this one. And after that, close it, save the code, control space, and import PayPal script provider from the PayPal package. Awesome. Let's go for save the file here, and go for the next step inside the use reducer in id.js. From use reducer, I'm going to get success pay from the reducer, and inside the if condition in the use effect here, add success pay. If success pay, we need to fetch order because I'm going to update the state of the order based on the latest data from backend. Save it, and inside the if condition, check success pay. If it's true, dispatch pay reset. We need to reset the payment status for the next orders. Go to the reducer function here and define pay request case. So it happens when I'm going to update the state of payment of current order in the backend. So change loading pay to true. The next one is pay success. When I updated the state of payment, I'm going to change the success pay to true and set loading pay to false. If there is an error, pay fail, fill the error pay with the action.payload. And this one is for pay reset. Set loading pay to false, success pay to false, and error pay to empty string. Scroll down and get loading pay and error pay like this from the use reducer. Scroll down at the very end in the PayPal buttons here, check loading pay. If it's true, show the loading box like this. Let's go for the next step, and it's create order function. Let's implement it, then on approve and then on error. Scroll up, find the return. Before that, let's click here, click on the lamp, click update, and add success pay to the dependency array of the use effect. Okay, let's implement create order, find the return, and define this function, create order. It accepts two parameters, data and actions, and it returns action.order and call create method on order object and pass this parameter purchase units equal to an array, and in this array we have an object, and in this object we have amount, and amount is an object that has a value field, and the value is total price from the order. It returns a promise. So after this, call then and get the order ID and return it. Save the code, and here is the create order. Let's go for onApprove function. The next function is onApprove. What I'm gonna do in the onApprove is to call capture an order object in PayPal. So what this function does is to confirm the payment, commit the payment, complete the payment, and it returns a promise. So I use then like this and get the details. Here it's time to update the state of order in the backend. If there is an error, dispatch pay fail and show the error message. Then use toast to show the error message. Import toast from React Toastify. In the try part, simply dispatch pay request to show a loading message. Then call this API, put method on this address /API/orders order ID /pay. Pass the details from the PayPal like this. And we need to implement this API later. After success payment, dispatch pay success and show this beautiful message. Order is paid successfully. Save the code, and here is onApprove. On error is very simple. Just toast error, get error, and show the error message. Great. That's it about the ID.js, the order screen. Let's go and implement the API to get the PayPal ID. Here I'm going to get rid of error pay. I don't need it here. And go to the Explorer in the API, right click, new folder, set folder name to keys. Inside that, new file, paypal.js. First of all, import get session because we return PayPal client ID only for authenticated user. Then define the handler function. It's an async function because we are going to get the session. And if session doesn't exist, return error message. If everything is okay, show the PayPal client ID inside the environment variable. At the end, export default handler. Get rid of extra line. Awesome. Here is the PayPal API. Let's go for the order pay API. Here, inside the API orders, change id.js to a folder. So what I'm gonna do is to create a new folder, set it to id inside a square bracket, move the id.js inside that folder, move it, yes, and rename it to what? To index.js. Great. Inside that, right click, new file, and set file name to pay.js. What I'm gonna do in the pay.js is to create a handler. In this handler, like before, check the session. If there is an error, show sign in error. Then connect to the database, find the order in the URL, check the order. If order exists, and if order is already paid, return this error message. Order is already paid, so there is no need to pay that order again. Otherwise, update the is paid and paid at status. Also, for payment result, set the email address, status, and ID from the PayPal. This data is coming from PayPal based on the code that we implemented inside the onApprove function. We pass the details of payment from PayPal, so we save them in the database for next reference. After that, get the paid order, save the order, and set it inside the paid order variable, disconnect from the database, and show this message to the user, order paid successfully. If the order does not found, disconnect from the database, and show this error message, order not found. Let's define payment result. Go to the order.js in models folder. After payment method, define payment result, and it's an object that has ID, status, email address, all of type string. Save it, go back to pay, import db from utils folder, import order from models folder, import get session from next auth, and at the end, we need to export handler. To test the result, first of all, stop the project and run it again because we changed the .env file for the PayPal client ID, so we need to reset to apply the changes in .env file. Let's test the result. Go to the home page, select the product, add to cart, checkout. I'm logged in already, so I will be redirected to shipping screen. Click next, PayPal, next, place order. Here I'm in the order screen at this address, and I have PayPal button here. Click on PayPal button. You will be redirected to the sandbox.paypal.com. If you use the live client ID, you will be redirected to the paypal.com for real payments. Click on Pay Now. After a while, you will be redirected to the PayPal, to the homepage, and you see this message. Order is paid successfully, and the payment method is PayPal, and the status is paid at. Great. We implemented the order payment using PayPal. Let's review what we did. In the package.json, we installed PayPal package for React. In order model, we added payment result to save the status email address of the payer in PayPal. In underline app.js, we used the PayPal script provider. We created an API at this address /API/keys/PayPal to get the PayPal client ID. We renamed the id.js in order folder to index.js inside id folder. We created payment backend API to update the state of the order after payment in PayPal. And inside the order screen, we display the PayPal button and handle paying the order. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement order history for the user. When user click on their name in the header menu and select order history, we show list of all orders by current user, and user can click on them and check the details of that order. To get the source code of this lesson, go to the repository and in the comments section, find video 24, create order history screen. Let's get to code. Here is the plan to create order history screen. Go to pages folder, right click, new file, and set file name to order-history.js. Like always, create a React functional component, set the component name to order history screen, then define use effect because we are going to send an AJAX request to backend to get list of orders. In the use effect, define a function as a first parameter and second parameter is empty array. In the function, what we're gonna do is to define fetch orders function. It's an async function. In this function, define a try catch body. In the catch part, if there is an error, dispatch fetch fail action, and the payload is the error message passed to the getError function. GetError function is coming from error.js in utils folder. So open this file, then control space on getError to auto import getError from utils/error. In the try part, dispatch this action, fetch request. In fetch request, we show a loading message and then send an AJAX request using Axios to this address /API/orders/history. We need to implement this API after finishing the order history screen. Control space on Axios to import it from Axios. And the data contains all orders. So it's time to dispatch fetch success and pass the data from backend as payload to fetch success action. Then call fetch order. So what happens here is to call this API on page load using useEffect. Let's define dispatch using reducer hook. At the very beginning of order history component, define use reducer, import it from React. The first parameter is a reducer function. We need to implement it. And second parameter is default values. It's an object that has loading to true, orders to empty array, and error to empty string. What we get from this reducer is an object that contains loading, error, and orders, and here is the default value for them. Second parameter is dispatch to change the state of these variables. Let's define reducer function as a next step in implementing reducer hook. In this function, use switch case to check the action.type. If it's fetch request, what we're gonna do is to set loading to true and error to empty string. If it's fetch success, set loading to false and fill the orders with the data from backend. We pass it right here. The data is coming from backend and we pass it here. If there is an error, fetch fail, set loading to false and fill the error with the payload in the action. At the end, define the default case and return the state as it is. Good. Let's go to the order history screen. The next step is in the return part. Here, use layout, set title to order history, import layout, open layout.js, and then control space on layout, import layout from components folder. Inside the title of set heading 1 to order history and use the conditional rendering. If loading, show this div. If error, show this div. Show the error message using alert error class. Otherwise, we are going to create a div and set overflow x auto to show the error, because we are going to render a table like this. I'm using overflow x auto. For a smaller screen, you can scroll horizontally to see all cells of the table. Inside that, create a table head and set the border button for it. Then create a table row with these cells: ID, date, total price, paid status, delivered status, and action for order. Save the code and create a table body. In the table body, use orders.map to convert each order to a table row like this. Set the key to get rid of error and set class name to border button. The first cell is the ID of the order. I'm using substring to only show last 4 characters of the ID. Second one is the created at. I'm using substring to show only the date, not the time part of the order. Next one is total price. Next one is the paid status. If is paid is true, show the date of the payment. Otherwise, the message is not paid. Do the same for the delivered like this. And the last one is details. In the action part, I'm using a link imported from next/link, set href to /order/order ID, and use pass href to pass it to the anchor here and its details. Save the code, scroll down, set order history screen to authenticated, and export it after setting off. So what I'm gonna do is to get rid of export default at the beginning of this component, and at the end it works. Only authenticated user can access the order history screen. Great, let's go and implement this API. The address is /API/orders, right-click, new file, /history. So create history.js inside orders folder in API folder. Like always, define a handler and export it. In the handler, get the session using getSession from Next.auth. Check the session. If it's null, return 401 error, sign in required. Always pass stuff as JSON, not as simple string. Then, if the user exists, the session exists, get the user from the session, connect to the database, use find function on order, and filter orders by the user ID inside the session. Import order, open order.js in models folder, go back to history, control space, and import order from models folder, and send it back to the client. At the end, before sending, call await db disconnect. Import db, open db.js, and go back to history.js, import db from utils folder, and that's it. What we do here is to connect to the database, get the orders for current user, and disconnect. That's it. Let's check the result. Click on order history. Here I'm in the order history screen. Let's set text to large. Go back to order-history, set the class name to margin button 4 and text extra large. Save the code, and there we are. We created order history for current user. So we have ID of the order, date, total price, pay the status, deliver the status, and action. If I click on details, I will be redirected to the details of that order. Click back. Awesome. We successfully implemented order history in this lesson. Let's review what we did. In order-history.js, we created a component to list all orders of current user. In history.js in API folder, we created an API to return all orders by current user. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to deploy our website on Vercel. What we're gonna do is to create a Vercel account and import our project from GitHub and set the MongoDB Atlas database and PayPal client ID on the Vercel. At the end, we will have our application on the internet at this address. Yours should be different because you are going to deploy it from your GitHub repository. Let's deploy the project. Here is the plan to publish the website on Vercel. We need to create a Vercel account. Go to vercel.com, click on sign up. You can log in with your GitHub account, and after creating account using GitHub, go to vercel.com/dashboard. Here, click on new project. As you see, I have my GitHub repository here. This is the repository that I created for this course. Click on import. Yours may be different, the name of the repository. And here it's time to set the environment variables. The first variable is MongoDB URI. Check your .env file and use the MongoDB URI on the Atlas Cloud Server, copy and paste it right here. Click on add and go for the next environment variable. It is Next.auth_URL. Set the name to https:// the name of repository .vercel.app. Click on add, and the third environment variable is Next.auth_secret. Enter Next.auth_secret and set it to something secret, whatever you like. Click add. Before clicking on deploy, make sure you are in the VS Code and in a new terminal, run npm run build. By running this command, any ESLint error will be revealed and we can fix them before deploying On Vercel. Awesome. As you see, without any error, we have the project built here. So here is time to click on deploy. Click on it, wait a while to build your project, running checks, and assigning domains. As you see, the last commit is video 24, create order history screen. Here is the commit message from the last commit that you have made on the project. The building phase is done, assigning domain is done. Awesome. Congratulations, you just deployed a new project to Vercel. Click on it. As you see, there is no product here. Click /API/seed and press enter. Seeded successfully. Get rid of /API/seed and press enter. We have the website with sample products. If I select a product, it works. Click add to cart, check out, enter the email and password from the data.js, here, and click on login. Awesome. Enter sample address, next, PayPal, next, and place order. The order created, and we have PayPal. The PayPal that we are using here doesn't have the client ID. If you want to set your own client ID, the live client ID, go to the project, go to dashboard, setting, environment variables, and here we need to add a new environment variable. It's PayPal client ID. Enter it here and paste your live client ID here to make real payment in your website. Also, I can go to the order history and here is list of all orders. Great. We successfully deployed our website to this address using Vercel, MongoDB, Atlas, GitHub, and PayPal. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement profile screen. When user log in and click on their name in the header menu and select profile, we are going to create a screen like this. And here user can update their name, email, or change the password. To get the source code of this lesson, in the repository, find the commit section and compare your code with the changes in video 26, update user profile. If you are ready, let's get to code. Here is the plan to update user profile. Go to the pages folder and create a new file named profile.js. Inside that, create a React functional component by typing RFC and press tab. Set the function name to profile screen. What we're gonna do here is to get the session using use session from Next.js. Import use session like this from Next.js/React. Then, like what we did to create a login form, define use form hook, and from use form get handle submit, register, get values, and set values. Also from form state get errors. Control space on use form and import it from React hook form. Next step, in the use effect, set the username and email input boxes from the session from Next.js. So by default, the name and email input will get the value in the user session. Import use effect. In the dependency array, when there is a change in the session.user or set value, this function runs again and it updates the data. Next step is defining the submit handler. Define submit handler function. In this async function, React hook form passes name, email, password, and confirm password to this function. Inside this function, define a try catch body. For the catch part, if there is an error, toast the error. Import toast from React Toastify, get error from utils/error. In the try part, send this AJAX request to backend using Axios, import Axios from Axios. The method is put, so we need to implement an API at this address /API/auth/update. What we pass to this API is the name, email, and password in the input boxes, and we are going to update these data on backend for current user. Because we changed the email and password, we need to sign in again. Call sign in function from Next.auth. Here I imported from Next.auth/React and pass parameters for sign in. The type of sign in is credential, and second parameter is the email and password. And we don't want to redirect the user. Then show this message, profile updated successfully. If there is an error in the result, show the error message. Save the code, get rid of extra lines, and that's it. We are ready to go for the UI part. Like always, define a layout component like this. The title is profile. Import layout from components folder. Inside the layout, define a form. Set the class name to margin horizontally auto and max width to medium device. Inside the form, create heading 1. Set it to update profile. Let's go for the first field. It's the name of the user. We are going to create an input box to get the name of the user. Create a div, set class name to margin button 4, create a label for name, and create input box for name. Set class name to width full, set the ID to connect it to this label, make it autofocus because it's the first field, and register it with this validation. It is required. If there is an error, show the error message in the name field. The email is very similar. Let's go for the next input box right here. Inside a div, create a label for email in the input box. Get rid of autofocus, only the name is autofocus. We register this one in React hook form using register email. The first validation is required. Second one is this pattern. The email should start with a string or numbers, @ a string or numbers, dot, a string or numbers. The message is please enter valid email if it doesn't follow this pattern. If there is an error in the email, show the email error here. Next input box is for the password. Scroll down and here is the password input box. A div, label is password, input box, class is with full, type is password. Here the type is email. And for the first input box, the type is text, not name. And for the password, we register it. The mean length is 6 and password is more than 5 characters. Let's go for the last one. It's confirm password. After this div, create a div like this. The class name is margin button 4. The label is confirm password. In the input box, the class is with full, type is password, ID is confirm password to connect it to this label. And for the register, the name is confirm password. We have mean length, like always, 6 character. Confirm password is more than 5 character. This one is for the validation for mean length. And this one is the validation for comparing confirm password with the password in previous input box here. So if they are not equal to each other, the validate returns error. And here we will get the error message, password do not match. For regular error, the required error, we show this error message. Great. Let's go for the button, submit button, create another div. Inside that, define a button with class name primary button, and the caption of this button is update profile. Make this one protected by setting profile screen.auth to true. Save the code, and that's it. Let's go for the update API. Get rid of confirm password here. We don't need it anymore in the submit handler. For implementing update, go to API auth, and here it's time to define a new file name update.js. For API in Next.js, we define a handler function and export that handler. In the handler function, check the HTTP verb of this request using rec.method. If it's not equal to put, we return this error message. This method, whatever it is, maybe it's get, post, delete, not supported. We only support put method in this API. Then check get the session, the user info from the get session, import get session from Next.auth. If the session doesn't exist, show sign in required message to the user. I'm using message. So what I did is to convert this string to a JSON object because we need to return data like JSON object like what we did here. Then if the session exists, it means that user is authenticated. So get the user from the session and get the name, email, and password from the request.body. Then implement the validation here. If the name doesn't exist, or email doesn't exist, or email doesn't include @sign, or password exists, but password is less than 5 characters, then show the validation error message and return. Next step, everything is okay and we are ready to update the user info. Connect to the database using db connect, import it from the utils. Then find the user from the user model, import, open user.js in models folder, go back to update.js, control space on user and import user from models folder. Then what we did is to get the user by the user ID inside the session. Then update username and email from the request.body in the form payload. For the password, if password exists, then hash the password and save it in the and put it inside the to update user.password field. Let's import bcrypt.js, go to the data, copy this line and paste it here, bcrypt.js. Import bcrypt.js from bcrypt.js and use it here. So if password is empty, we don't update the password. Then call save on to update user, disconnect from the database, and at the end, send this message, user updated. Here is the implementation of backend API to update user info. Good. Let's check the results. Run npm run dev on the terminal and log out, log in again, click on profile. Awesome. Here is the update profile screen. I have name, email, password, and confirm password, and for name and email, they are already filled. If I change my email, let's say 123, and password to 1111111111 and click on update profile. As you see, profile updated successfully. I'm going to change the username to John1. Click on update. As you see, the profile updated, and here the John1 is in the header menu. Let's try login with the new email and new password. Click on your name, log out. First of all, try with the previous email and password. It says invalid email or password. Let's make it the new one, 111111, and click on login. It works. Awesome. Click again on your profile. I'm going to make it like before. Change email and password to the previous email and password. Awesome. We successfully implemented updating user profile. In the profile.js, we created a form and submit handler to send AJAX request to update the user name and email and password. And in the backend API, we check the request.method, the session, and in this line, we update the user name and email, and if the password exists, update the password. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye.